clock. My people rang me up a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I've got people and a phone and a grasp on the passage of time. Yeah, they rang me up, said, Tim, will you go on Ruth Jones' show? They want you to sing a song. It'll be fine, fine, fine. But the problem with my particular oeuvre is that half my songs are 5 minutes and over. And the wisdom here at the BBC is that viewers switch off if you go past 3. And a lot of my songs have a bit of bad language, which causes the viewers untold anguish. It seems their tolerance for smuttiness is reserved for pussy puns on Are You Being Served? And so I need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no bums or blasphemy in it. A lovely little song specifically written for the delicate skin of middle-class Britain. I need a song with a chorus and a verse with no nasty ass cussing and a cuss, and I'm a little too lewd and a little too long. I gotta find myself a 3-minute song. And they said, remember boy, that music is like love making. It's simply self-indulgent to take it past 3 minutes. Remember boy, that music is like love making. Everybody loves a pianist, but length must have a limit. So you need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no pornography or politics in it. You're a little verbose and a little bit wrong. You gotta find yourself a clean living 3-minute song. 300 beats at 100 beats a minute with nice clean jokes and a hoedown in it. Something for the telly that never ever fails to appease the viewers of BBC Wales. And even in the bridge, I won't be lyrically adventurous, intellectually unmentionous, or racially contentious, and I won't make double entendres at the expense of the Chinese. For China is a country that can bring me to my knees. For China, for China, for China, for China, for China is a country that will bring us to our knees. Ooh, Mr. Humphreys, my pussy is all wet. 2, 3, foreskin. I need a little happy clappy country song, nice and repetitive and not too long, boring enough but not too boring, with a key change here to prevent me snoring. I need a song that is only 3 minutes without no buggery or blasphemy in it, something with a pleasing rhyme and rhythm. Well, if you can't beat 'em, get conservative with 'em. Song that causes no offense, to flog more tickets to my concerts by convincing the viewer that musical satire hasn't progressed since Victor Borger. You've got a telly and I wanna be in it, and apparently you'll only watch for 3 minutes. Yeah, apparently you'll only watch for 3.
Good morning, the world. I was gonna say US, the US of A, but there's a lot of you, most of you probably, who are international. So good morning. Hi, welcome. How's everybody doing? Is everyone feeling good? Feeling lively? Hopefully. I'm 32 seconds late. I needed to get through the whole 3 minutes. I can't play a song called 3 minutes and then play it for 2 minutes and 28 seconds. That's just wrong. That's not okay. We have to have standards somewhere, right? Otherwise, what are we doing? Going real good. Hope your weekend was pleasant. Yeah. My weekend was pleasant. Took it nice and easy. Tried to get ahead of the review that went up today to have a little bit of time off if I could. Didn't do a great job of that. We were working on it till last night at like probably 6-7 p.m. but we made it. I will at some point be opening the window just as a point of reference real quick, and it is freakishly windy here in the great state of Colorado. So you might hear the occasional gust or something. I swear I'm not farting. It's just the wind. Right? Yeah, right, Luke. But I'm for real. Last night the wind was so bad, it blew all of our backyard lawn furniture all over the yard. Like all over. It's ridiculous. Oh yes, no Atomic Heart spoilers. Thank you, Phil, for the reminder. I know some stuff has been floating around, Some of it is not correct. I'll say that. So there are some people making up rumors, but some of it's right. So let's just not mess with it. No worries. Zesty, I'm glad I got you hooked on Mad Orchard. Dude, I love that guy's content. Everything he puts out. I watch it the minute it goes live. I love it. My week was good. Saw Weird Al live in London. Oh, dude, I'm jelly. He was my first concert, was Weird Al. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, I saw the Beatles. I saw Elvis. I saw Michael Jackson. A lot of old people are like that. But my first concert was Weird Al. And zero regrets. But unfortunately had a bad weekend as I got really ill once I got home. Oh no. Still feeling yucky, but better than yesterday. I'm sorry, my friend. That sucks. That sucks. Is it really Colorado? Colorado. Every time I hear somebody say Colorado, I want to slap them. Like, what are you talking about? Oh yes, Colorado. I go to Colorado for not even for vacation. I go to Colorado for holiday. I'm like, chill out, dude. Oh, mine was Logic. I've never been to like a currently popular person's concert, so I've never been to like the equivalent of like a Post Malone concert or Travis Scott. Like I've never been to any concert like that. Mainly because I just like, I don't know, like those musicians. Maybe this is like scandalous. Those musicians are not very good live. Some of them are. Some of them are way worse live than in a studio with all of their auto-tune stuff, with all the carefully spliced things. Some musicians are great live, some are just not. And a lot of the modern artists I've noticed, I see clips and videos of them performing live, and I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't spend $500 going to see that. Like, I think I dodged a bullet on that one. Let's see. My first concert was rapper Doc Brown, and then I saw Gorillaz live the day after. Ooh. NSYNC was my first. It was beautiful. NSYNC, apparently, they had like... I watched that Leaving Neverland documentary on Michael Jackson and all that stuff. Won't get into that right now. But what I will say is that they showed one of the guys, Wade, is it Wade Robinson, something like that. But Wade, he was like raised on Michael Jackson. That sounded wrong. But he was raised dancing to... You know what I mean? And he eventually grew up and he needed to work and do stuff. And so he went and he started working as a choreographer for Cirque du Soleil. And he did like the Britney Spears concerts in the early to mid 2000s. And then he did all of the NSYNC concerts in the early 2000s, all the choreography for all of that. And so I was like, oh, it's actually kind of cool that like this guy who was kind of trained by Michael Jackson went on and then did all the choreography for some of the next generation of crazy big bands. It's kind of cool. It's the same thing when you find out that like Dolly Parton is involved in like the writing of some of the most iconic songs ever, even though she didn't necessarily sing them. She wrote tons of them, and it's just because she's like a phenomenal musician that stretches multiple generations. It's super cool to me. Dread, I would say if you are playing on Game Pass, yeah, try Atomic Heart. Easy recommend. Like, especially if you're on PC and you can crank it. What I will say is I ran into a handful of technical issues myself. The ending cutscene was just a white frame. Just a white frame. It glitched out. There was a moment, I can't be too specific, but basically there's a big area you go into at the end of the game where you have like the final boss fight kind of thing. And you, when I first loaded in, it had glitched. So the door to that room didn't load in. So you could just walk into this basically unloaded boss arena and final area, and none of the characters or enemies were like active. They were just kind of standing there in their T poses floating. It was really, really weird. I would show it, but I think it would classify itself as a spoiler, so I'm not going to do that. Maybe, you know, on Wednesday's stream I could show you, but like there's just a bunch of little weird quirks like that. How I put it in the review, which went up at 9:30, so like half an hour ago, I described it as like a really fancy wedding cake. You know, the kinds where you see it on like the Netflix show or an Instagram post, and you're like, wow, that looks beautiful. If they could make it look that good, surely it tastes even better, right? But then you cut into it, and you realize that most of the cake is PVC piping, cardboard, and dowels. And you're like, oh, well, I mean, I guess that was needed to make it work as a cake, but also, like, I can't really do anything with this. And then what little cake is there is kind of tasteless, bland, and stale. And that's Atomic Heart, where it's really pretty to look at. It has some fun ideas, but none of it really comes together in a coherent way. And then there's just some design choices with like the open world, quote unquote, and the dungeons that they talk so much about, that those decisions are just frankly bad. There's a lot of really, really weird things. It might be the next BioShock after a sequel or two. But as of right now, I don't think so. Atomic Heart did something terrible. Atomic Heart didn't just die, it was murdered. Yeah. I don't know. I think you can have fun with it. So let me be clear. Like, Forspoken was just bad across the board. There's parts of Atomic Heart that are really pretty good. And there's parts, especially in the first like 5 hours, that I would consider as really, really good. But it's super, super inconsistent. Super inconsistent. So, Forspoken is good. I think if you can turn your brain off to the dialogue and the writing, I think you could have a good time. But yeah, the intro is awesome and it never gets that good again. Yeah, they definitely blow their load in the first like hour. And you're like, that was awesome. If this is what the rest of the game has to hold, I'm in for a treat. And then you keep playing the game and you're like, oh, they don't have any more of that. They used it all. Okay. Like they take you to basically like the intro section. I showed this clip in the review. This is not classified as a spoiler. This is something that they showed in some trailers. But like this, it's a beautiful set piece and opening. There's a ton of really beautiful artwork and designs, and it's really, really cool. And all these bots are super fascinating and cool. This little robot got stuck in the tree. And you're looking at this, and it's like the introduction to Columbia in BioShock Infinite, or into Rapture in the original BioShock. And it's really cool because you're like, I want to explore this world. I want to see what's going on here. I want to talk to these people. I want to see all this stuff. But immediately after this sequence, you'll be shoved into basically an underground dungeon where you'll go through repeated rooms that are swarming with identical androids, which I get it. They're androids. They're going to be identical. It's mass-produced androids. I get it. But it doesn't make it any less repetitious or annoying. And they even wrote in dialogue where the main character will start to say stuff like, this is so boring. Why can't I go up to the surface? Or he says, why can't I ever just find a normal door? Why do I always have to find these doors that are super complicated and I have to find stuff to open? I'm like, so they knew it was bad. Like they knew it was boring and they wrote the dialogue in to double down on that. And that's it. Like what? That doesn't make it okay. Like, come on. It's ridiculous. So mildly frustrating is how I would probably put it. Larry, hey Luke, love your channel. By the way, I follow it religiously. Thank you, my friend, for one. Appreciate you. Big question for you. When do you plan on doing a live playthrough of Atomic Heart? I am not totally sure. We will see how we're feeling Wednesday if it's totally dropped off. I'm still working hard at the Hogwarts Legacy critique. I ran into an issue where I cannot complete one very important story quest because if you do, the game just totally breaks. You can no longer get quest objectives. You cannot select a different quest. It just breaks. And then it corrupts all of your save files. So I ran into that and I'm not sure what to do. I'm gonna be real. Nikki's been helping and playing it for me on the PlayStation because there's a very good quest. In fact, what many people call the best side quest in all of Hogwarts Legacy is exclusive to PlayStation 5. You cannot play it if you have a PC. Even if you want to pay extra for it, you can't. It's unbelievable. It's like this whole haunted house thing. It's how you get access to having your own shop in Hogsmeade, which you might not have heard about, but you can actually have your own shop in Hogsmeade to sell your stuff with like a little house elf helping you. And if you are not playing on a PlayStation, you don't get access to that. Like how more people aren't pissed about this? I'm amazed. Like for real, how are more people not freaking out about this? I guess it's just normal for PlayStation. But like imagine if Xbox paid extra and that quest were exclusive to Xbox. Dude, there'd be riots in the streets. It'd be ridiculous. People would lose their minds. And again, bear in mind, before the Sony ponies come at me, because I dared to say that the PSVR 2 didn't look like a good value, you would have thought that I got up there and like started reenacting a speech from the 1940s. Like, it was unbelievable. People freaked out at the very idea that maybe the PSVR 2 was not a great value at $550 with like maybe one or two games that are unique and worth playing that last maybe 15 hours in total. But so all of that to say, we've had some Sony ponies in the channel recently. So let me preface all of this by saying I own 3 PS5s. I love PlayStation stuff, but I'm not such a sycophantic troglodyte that I'm going to pretend as though that's pro-consumer. Taking an amazing quest and then writing a big check so that it's exclusive to your platform. And then you have the balls to go and accuse Xbox of having shady tactics when it comes to exclusivity by taking on Activision. Like, come off it. Dry up, you freaking losers. Like, come on. It's just unbelievable to me that anybody can talk about this with a straight face and not like crack under the pressure. It's ridiculous. Yeah, PS5 for each member of the family. Yeah. Eventually we'll have one for each day of the week. Did you guys ever see that Around the World in 80 Days movie where they had Arnold Schwarzenegger playing the like king of wherever they were at? I don't remember where they were in the story. It's been a long time since I saw that movie. But he tells the girl who's traveling with them, and he's like, "You will be my next wife." She's like, "Oh, really? That's so wonderful. Thank you so much." And then as time goes on, eventually she realizes that he has 6 wives. And he's like, "Yes, and you will be wife number 7. You have 7 wives? One for each day of the week." It's just, oh man. That movie with Jackie Chan in it too. The British guy from Hamlet 2. Oh, and I don't think she's done much else after it, but she was in the, I forget what her name was, the actress, but dude, that movie is so good. Yes, one for each day of the week. Man, you couldn't do that movie anymore, though. You couldn't do that movie anymore. Oh, Arnold's such a treasure. Dude, for real. I told this, it's Around the World in 80 Days. Around the World in 80 Days. It's probably like a 2004 or 2005 movie, something like that. Around the World in 80 Days movie. 2004. Yeah, 5.8 out of 10. Yeah, no shocker there. It's, yeah, Jackie Chan's in it. dude, this movie, we watched it so much growing up. And like because it's Jackie Chan, of course, they have tons of like, you know, the kung fu karate stuff in it. And dude, we loved this movie growing up. Passepartout. Yeah, Phileas Fogg. Kathy Bates plays Queen Victoria. Yeah, Jim Broadbent is Lord Kelvin. He's great. He's amazing. And then Cécile de France played Monique Leroche. Dude, this is such a throwback. This movie, we watched it so much growing up. Oh, I love it. I don't know who that is, but yeah, it's so good. Anyway. Like, Luke, I thought you were talking about Atomic Heart. Sorry. I got distracted with a different masterpiece, okay? I'm sorry. You got me. You got me. Oh, man. Real quick, this was from 5 a.m., so well before we started streaming, but I do want to give a shout out. Thank you to Dungeons and Coffee D&D for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Let's see, Zach, I'm so sorry. I totally spaced this super chat that you sent earlier. My brain didn't work. Let me reissue it. I was blabbering while doing it. It should read it. Let's do the text to speech.
Zach Michaelis donated $5 through Super Chat.
Daily.
I appreciate your review on the game. Why is every protagonist writing so cringy nowadays, though?
I blame Marvel. I'm going to be real. I blame Marvel. Unironically. I think it's that everybody thinks that they can have like the quirky, witty main character, and then everybody tries to write it that way, even though they are frankly not capable of writing that. So it just comes off as super, super cringe. And I really think that's a lot to do with it. And I mean, maybe part of it also is that there's sort of... there's so many like layers to it, but one of the things we've talked about previously was with like Saints Row. Saints Row was like laughably bad, right? Like just the writing was objectively ridiculous. You can have fun with it. You can still have fun in Saints Row, I think, but the writing was super cringe. And mainly because like they put these people on screen and they act like they're supposed to be relatable, and they're just not. And I thought about it for a while, and I was like, why would they think that that's relatable? Like, is this being written by 50-year-old men that have no idea, like, what the kids actually talk like, or is it something else? And what I really think it is that the writing staff that's been brought into a lot of these companies are recent graduates from art schools, creative writing schools, whatever. And I worked with a lot of those people when I was in, like, doing a lot of musical theater and plays. All of those actors and actresses are creative writing majors and maybe like theater majors, but most of them are like creative writing and lit majors and stuff that go off and write for stuff like this. And they all do act like that. Like they all dress and act like the main cast in Saints Row. And so I think probably it's that they have writing staff that comes in and they think that that's relatable because it is relatable to them. And they're so out of touch with how normal people act and behave that they're baffled when the game comes out and people mock them because it's like so cringy. Like the guy walking around with his shirt off that wants to be an influencer and is freaking out, or is super not freaking out and super chill about all of his student loans because he's just carefree. It's like, that's not normal. Most people are panicked because they're drowning in debt. That's what you probably should be if you're drowning in debt. But instead, everybody's like, no, I'll just get a Starbucks. It's fine. Like, and people have no like conception of just how out of touch they are until they put something out and realize, oh, nobody acts that way except for my little bubble. And I think that might have something to do with it, where a lot of these protagonists are being written by people that are trying to make them relatable and making them in their image, but they themselves are super freaking out of touch. And so it just doesn't work. So some of the best writers are the ones that are most grounded in reality and don't hide away from it, you know. Long answer to a simple question. I'm sorry. Moonlight, thank you for the £2 as well. When are you going to play Star Citizen again? I would anticipate we're going to be playing it
Moonlight
towards...
Gaming donated £2 through Super Chat.
Dilly.
When are you going to play Star Citizen again?
Yeah, I would guess we probably play it sometime in early March because I have another video I want to do on it. But I wanted to do a video recapping the 3.1 update, but that's still not public yet. They said end of February, early March it's supposed to be out. We're getting to the end of February, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I don't know if I could get on like a playable test server or something. Pull some strings, try to get that. I don't know. Christian, thank you for re-upping your membership as well. Have you noticed the lack of ray tracing in Atomic Heart, and did the devs give you any reason? They did not give me any reason, and yes, I did notice the lack of ray tracing. It's, you know what, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe this is a good example. Like the screen space reflections are pretty good. Like you see here. I don't think this looks bad. You can see the artifacting on the edges like you normally can, but a lot of this is baked in because you're on train tracks. Like it's basically a Disney ride. But once you get out, you know, it's fine. But this is not a great example, I guess, because this is all baked in and very, very scripted. Whereas when we get out of it, let me pop over here and see if I can find an example. Because they don't want me just playing endless clips. They want me to keep it a little bit more intentional with what I show. So let me skip ahead. Skipping all over. I mean, here's a good shot that kind of demonstrates the point. It's fine. Like, I don't think it looks bad. But like you see the cable cuts in here so it distorts the reflection off the water. That's a staple of screen space reflections. And you'll see this as we pan over the water. It kind of glitches out underneath this right here. See that? It just hangs and stays across. But I mean, it's still very, very much a looker. So I'm not too bothered by the ray tracing, and honestly, if they cut the ray tracing to improve stability and performance, I'm okay with that. I think it still doesn't run super great for having cut those things, but I don't think anybody's going to tell you this is a bad looking game. You know, it's a very good looking game. It's just got other quirks and problems. Yeah, see, there's so much cool stuff like this that they show off. I haven't gone back through this since finishing the review, but they show all this stuff that's pretty cool. And like, they never really dig into it. It really does feel like they started with this grand vision of what they were going to do. And they had this open world thing. It was going to be kind of like Far Cry. And then they just totally gave up on that and decided, okay, well, we can't really do a Far Cry open world kind of thing. So never mind. And then they reworked it and cut a ton of stuff and just turned it into a linear game. But the biggest problem I had, which was most frustrating, is they have like these dungeons, these kind of puzzle rooms that you go through. Don't worry, I'll catch up on all the memberships and stuff here in just a second, guys. I'm not forgetting about you, so just bear with me. But they have these like big puzzle rooms, right? So let's just say like this is one of them. I don't think this actually is, but let's say this building is one of them, just hypothetically. The main story will take you down here. So you go down there for a main story quest. Awesome. And then the story will ask you to move over to this next spot, maybe over here for the main story. And they bounce you around, and it's very, very urgent because tons of people are dying actively and you are basically tasked with stopping it. So if you're taking the story seriously, you'll just bounce until you hit a lull. And a good like narrative in a game will give you opportunities to explore and engage in the other stuff. it'll give you breaks. You know, a great thing about Hogwarts Legacy and the way they designed that was that they have these huge sections where they will basically tell you, okay, I'm going to go off and search for this thing and I'll be in touch soon. You just do your classes and work on your studies. And then they leave. And then you have to complete a certain number of activities or XP or level up to a certain point before they come back and let you progress through the story, right? And that works really, really well. But in this game, there's nothing like that. In this game, they just have you go from thing to thing to thing. That's very, very urgent because basically the world is ending and you have to stop it now. And the character constantly says, I'm running out of time. Constantly. And so if you take the story seriously, you'll bounce from mission to mission to mission. And then the ending of the game comes out of nowhere. And so the game will end and you'll be like, okay, cool. But like, okay. So when do I get to do the puzzle rooms? When do I get to go to the dungeon? And you don't. Because you can't continue playing after the main story. So the only way you can complete them is to then go through the automatic list of autosaves, praying to God that it's saved far enough back that you can leave the scripted segment and then continue exploring. Because basically like an hour before the credits roll, you reach a point where you're very linear, you're on train tracks, you can't bail and go explore the world. There's no physical way for you to do it. You're in like a lockdown zone and you just can't. You can't leave. So you have to have a save file before that point, which you don't know when that point comes because it kind of comes out of nowhere. And you just have to hope you have that save file so you can load back and then explore all those puzzle rooms. Otherwise, you're just shit out of luck. Like you're going to have to go restart the game to go and explore those rooms. Which is just dumb. Like that's just dumb. It's a bad way of doing it. What they should have had is, for one, a pop-up that says you're about to reach the point of no return in the story. If you have any other story or other things you want to do, upgrade your weapons, solve puzzle rooms, do that now. As of like yesterday or 2 days ago when I finished the game, there's nothing like that in the game. Hopefully they patch it and they just put a pop-up to tell people you're about to reach the point of no return. But there's nothing like that. So people are going to go into the end of the game not realizing it's the end of the game and then not get to experience all of the other puzzle rooms and stuff. And it's just stupid. Like it would be so easy to fix. Just add that pop-up, let people say, nope, keep exploring. And then they back out and then they can go explore whatever else they want to do. That would work way, way better. Easy fix. Easy fix. So I think that would help a lot. Because my frustration, like my time with Atomic Heart was generalized, I think could be generalized as just broadly frustrated. Because like I start the game, the first 30 minutes are awesome. And then you keep going, and then the next 15 minutes are like, okay, that's pretty cool. And then there's like an hour and a half that's just super boring. And the character has dialogue where he says, this is really boring. The character knows. And then you carry on, and then you hit like another interesting kind of scripted set piece moment. That's kind of cool. Okay. And then there's another hour and 45 minutes that's just boring crap where you're going through all these different laboratories and office buildings and rooms and clearing out the same desks, copy and pasted, the same bookshelves, the same everything, fighting the same androids time and time again. And it's just not that interesting. And the character even says, like, this isn't that interesting. Like, they wrote dialogue in for it. So it's like they knew it was bad. And instead of cutting it, they decided to keep it because then cutting it would make their game significantly shorter. So they just decided to keep it and then put in some quick dialogue where the character just says offhandedly, why can't things be more simple? This is so tedious. So, yep, sure is. sure is. But like, again, to me, a lot of these problems just seem like they probably are tied to a lack of one, like, director who can make the tough decisions to cut that stuff. To me, this seems like one of those games that's sort of made by a committee. You know, there's always games kind of like that where it's not bad, but it would be better if they trimmed the fat. But instead, they keep all the fat because they think it adds to it and they think it'll add flavor. But in reality, you just end up with like a gristled chunk of meat at the end. And you're like, honestly, I think I would have liked it more if I just had the good stuff. The bad stuff reminds me of the bad stuff. And so even though like there's the same amount of good stuff as before, with all the gristle, I have to sift through the gristle on the steak to get to the good meat. And I'd rather just have the good meat, you know? And so I think a sequel could be pretty awesome. I think they could probably nail it with a sequel. If they have like a director who can take the constructive criticisms from these reviews and then they can build on top of it with a more clear and concise vision, I think. Yeah, I would say for Game Pass, it's super solid. Game Pass, easy recommend. Try it. You might love it. You might find it like, wah, wah, but it's like a solid, probably 7.5 out of 10, 8 out of 10 if you have a pieces of hardware that can crank the graphics and really make it look great. But anything else, I just don't think is easy to recommend at like a full $60, $70 price tag, if I'm being real. So that's what I would say. But again, like, it's okay to have an 8 out of 10 game. 8 out of 10 games can still be worth playing. I think we're in the space now, like, or even 7 out of 10s. 8 out of 10 is good. 7 out of 10 is like pretty good. Okay, it's fine. And that can be worth enjoying for itself. I think we're kind of spoiled because we get these games like, Elden Ring, which pops up and it's just amazing and everybody loves it. And everyone's like, okay, that's the standard. And then when the game ends up coming out and it's like a 7 out of 10, in contrast, everybody's like, oh, well, gaming's collapsing, everything sucks. And it's like, no, it can still be worth playing. Not every game is going to be or has to be a 10 out of 10. It's okay for there to be 7 out of 10s. It's okay for them there to be 8 out of 10s. It's totally fine. Let me catch up on these super chats real quick. Yearn Kern. Another month following Luke. Yes, thank you for re-upping your membership, my friend. Marvel's humor is something everybody wants to replicate, but everyone is tired of hearing. Yeah, I totally agree. It was kind of novel initially, but now it's just kind of tried out or burnt out. Played out. That's the word I was looking for. Played out. It's like in the late 90s, early 2000s when everybody thought that to be a comedian, all you had to do was like weird faces and scream and basically just be like Adam Sandler. And that's just not what it is. Like, it's not that funny for a grown man to just get up on stage and be like, and then my wife punched me in the face. That's not funny. Like this, it's not comedy. You need more. But in like 1994, you could put that in a movie, and damn, we got ourselves a movie. But like nowadays, you do that, and everybody's like, okay, like shut up. Like it just doesn't make any sense. But people like, I totally agree. Like everybody thinks that, oh well, Marvel movies make a ton of money. Let's just make everything that we do Marvel, and that'll work, right? Like, no, you need a little bit more than that. People are even getting sick of the Marvel stuff. I haven't seen the new Marvel movie, the Ant-Man whatever. Is that good? Has anybody seen the new Quantum whatever movie? My mom said it was trash. But she also hated La La Land, so I don't know what to believe. It's okay, it's average. Mid as hell. Critics hated it, but people liked it. They ruined MODOK. It was okay. No, I don't plan to. Ever noticed how like Disney and Nickelodeon shows in the late 90s, 2000s seemed like they were trying to emulate Jim Carrey? Oh yeah, well dude, he made so much money for those movie companies in the 90s. Like Jim Carrey was everywhere. It's very okay. Pretty mid, typical Marvel. 5 out of 5. Nathan's the Oh, 5 out of 10. Okay. I was like, Nathan's the outlier. Nope, 5 out of 10. Okay, yep. Don't go into it with a super critical eye. It's just fun. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Thor: Love and Thunder. Like, if you try to like get meat off that bone, you're going to be very disappointed. But if you're just going in for like something quick and greasy and enjoyable, you'll probably have fun. Like I really, the moment you start thinking about like Thor: Love and Thunder, the fact that like children have been kidnapped by a god slayer, and then we have Thor over here like doing a weird bit where he's pretending to be in like a romantic relationship with a hammer and an axe, like it just tonally doesn't fit. It's super weird, and I think it was a terrible choice on the part of the director and writer to keep that in. But it's also Taika Waititi, and we shouldn't be shocked at all that he chose to keep it in, because he plays for those laughs whenever he can. But if you just turn your brain off a little bit and you just kind of start vegging out, eating your popcorn, it's funny because he's talking to his axe. That's funny. Then you can have fun. Like, you can actually enjoy it. But again, like, it's just a matter of trying to remember that a 7 or an 8 out of 10 is okay. Sometimes even 6 out of 10s are kind of enjoyable. Like, I pulled up the Around the World in 80 Days. That movie's freaking bad. It's really bad, but it's actually, like, it is entertaining. It can be bad and entertaining. It's possible. Look at The Room. Oh, hi, Mark. Like, that movie is bad, but it's entertaining. You can have bad games that are also entertaining. It all applies. You know, it's all, we gotta be consistent here. Hello? Hello? Knock, knock. We have a guest. Hello? Hello. Hi. How are you? Hey you. Hi you. Hey you. He loves the Legos. Yeah, quick little cameo from the real star of this channel. How long does it take to get through the first facility? From what I've seen, the first facility is boring. Probably like by 2 hours in, 2, 3. Well, I guess I could check right here. So this is like 30 minutes in, 1 hour, 1 hour 15. I'm not showing it on screen because it probably is a spoiler. 2 hours, 2.5.
Maki, no. Thank you.
So it's probably like a solid. Is this through? I don't know. You probably have to get like 3 hours into the game to get through it. Yeah, because this is still in it. So this is 20 minutes into clip number 5 after. So for me, it was like 3 hours and 15 minutes in. So it's like the first 30, 45 minutes are really, really great. And then you have like 2 hours of just bland garbage with like one cool moment sprinkled in. That's what I would say. They're asking, how is Goop?
Goop is big.
Goop is getting big.
Goop is big.
Goop in the belly is getting big. Oh, did you get the tree?
No. I got inspired.
He loves the Legos. He loves the Legos.
I just checked you for a poop. Please don't tell me you just did it.
Oh, you want to say hi to everybody?
I gave him applesauce this morning and he squeezed it all over his pants.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got to poop.
Is he stinky?
I think he might be, yes.
I literally just changed his pants and checked like a minute ago.
Yeah, he just saved it for Daddy. No, there are outdoor areas, Phil, but the outdoor areas, you have to like ignore the story to explore. And even then when you do that, they're really not interesting because it's all copy and pasted stuff. And they set up this whole system that they make a big deal about with like different alert levels. But the different alert levels, like right here, I mean, it's even on screen perpetually. Like, look at this. It's on screen. They keep it here. But it's like a total waste. Like, it doesn't really get used hardly at all. It's just like they have a handful of ideas that are kind of cool, but then none of them really get used. It's like, oh, that's interesting. And then they they kind of use it once or twice, then ignore it.
Dude.
He's just like, what's inside this castle?
Go.
What are you doing?
Holy cannoli. You smell so bad.
He's like, oh, I smell bad. Oh, it's always me. I'm the bad guy. And the spire goes on the boathouse.
What's that?
Yeah. He just loves Legos. He loves Legos.
Hey, no, stop. Here, go say hi to Dad, and then we're gonna go upstairs.
Can I have a hug?
Say hi to Dada.
Can I have a hug? Can you say bye-bye to everyone?
For your information, I'm not going to Target today.
Oh, wow.
Going to Hobby Lobby.
Going to Hobby Lobby instead. You going, Mama? Be a good boy?
Bye.
Bye.
Can you sing your ABCs?
A, B. Can you sing a song? La, la, la. La, la, la. Good singing. Good singing.
Go upstairs?
You go upstairs? Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Take the tree. Bye.
What is it, dimension?
Oh, he knocked off the
Weird.
thing too. Thank you.
Yep.
Much love. Drive safe. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Honestly, I would say probably Lizzie, go with Hogwarts. I think that's the safer bet. Like, if you have an Xbox or a PC, I would say get like the basic edition of Hogwarts and then maybe sign up for Game Pass for a week or I guess a month, and then play Atomic Heart and then bounce into something else. Try some other stuff, but yeah, it's just, is it a great game with not enough content or an overblown tech demo? It's weirdly a mix because it's like, as the whole perception with like overblown tech demos is that they're really graphically impressive, but they just don't really have meat on the bone. And in this case, I think there's meat. I mean, it's like a 20-hour game and the combat's pretty tough, but there's also just not a whole lot. Like what is here is not implemented in a very coherent way to make it fun. Like, it's like kind of like I said in the review, I don't think that the combat difficulty in this game is like balanced in a way that's fun. I think a lot of the time it's just difficult and annoying for the sake of being difficult and annoying. So I think there is a whole game here, but it needed some cuts, it needed some refinement, and so it's sort of both in a weird way. Not enough depth. Yeah, it's again, it's a really good looking thing on the surface, and they have some good ideas, but they just don't implement them well at all. The open world could have been really, really cool for you to be able to run around and just like loot it like you're seeing here, and then maybe some unique enemies in each location to make it varied, so you want to start exploring to find those unique enemies. But then those can only work and be satisfying if you can also have combat that's just fun. Whereas in this case, like, there's a bridge. Hold on, let me see if I can find the bridge. There's a bridge that basically connects the two sections of the map together. And this bridge is very long and quite treacherous for a handful of reasons. So basically it's like, oh, I think I had already crossed it here, but this is the bridge, right? I'm not showing it. There we go. Professional streamer right here, folks. So this is the bridge, and you can see there's like testing ground here. These are kind of like the dungeons, basically. So you go to these places, and then you can engage with the dungeon, and then get specific blueprints to upgrade your gear and stuff like that. But the bridge, to push past it, you can fight through all these waves of enemies and waste tons of ammo and not really have that much fun. These are super high level enemies, by the way, that are incredibly, not even high level. They're just freaking tough. They're bullet sponges to the max. They mainly are weak to melee damage, meaning you have to get up close to them, like right on their face, and hit them with your bat or whatever weapon you have for melee. But when you're swarmed with all of these others, and especially 2 of them, you're gonna die. There is no question. You will die. Maybe speedrunners will figure out a way to quickly, like, spam them, but they are miserable. So what do players do? Probably what I'm doing right here. They just run past them. And with your sprint, you're just ever so slightly faster than them, and you can just kind of easily work your way away and get past them. And whenever, I've said this before, whenever you have a gameplay system that players actively choose to avoid, you should really take a moment to wonder what you're doing. Because here you have a combat system and tons of enemies. And in a lot of games with good combat systems, you will want to take on these enemies just because it's fun. Just because. But in this game, it's so miserable to take on like those plushes and the other difficult enemies on this bridge that it's just not worth it. So you just run around them, say screw it, and you avoid it. And so I just not a huge fan of how they balance this. And bear in mind, this is after, like, this is the point where I went back to a previous save and then tried to go and explore some of these testing grounds that they have in the map. But you notice, like, there's no clear markers on the map for where you're supposed to go. So, like, right around here, I'll pull up the map. So I'm trying to figure out where I need to go. And I'm like, okay, I want to go up to this testing ground. How do I get there? I have to get up on this road and then push up this way, or I have to go all the way up and around. And there's no quick way of like pulling up a mini map to check where you are. There's no way of setting markers. You just kind of have to go like, okay, up and to the left. Okay. And it would be one thing if it were open, but there's a ton of areas in here that are just blocked off for no reason with like hard checked gates and stuff. And so it's just inconvenient across the board. And I just don't think I don't think it does a very good job of it. Like this gate, just can't go through it. There's some stuff where you can use cameras and then spot the gate that's locked, and then you can open that remotely from certain locations on the map that have the access to the like AI network. But it's kind of like Watch Dogs, where you like hop in the camera view and then you hack into the thing to open the door. It's basically that, but yeah. And then you see all of these enemies are just coming at me in waves. And because fighting them will constitute using all of my ammo, you just saw I unloaded a clip and I didn't so much as ding them. And so I'm just going to keep running past them because it's just not worth engaging. So for me, it just doesn't strike that balance that it needs to, in my humble opinion. And I know some people will play it tomorrow and be like, oh, Luke, actually, the game is really, really good. Probably when they're still only like half an hour in. I'm going to be like, just wait. Just you wait. Just wait. Yeah, it's on Game Pass. I think Game Pass, it makes sense. Can I rip this tag off? I have this tag on my shirt. It's super annoying. Is this like mattress tags? If you take it off, you'll go to jail. Super itchy and annoying. Get out of here. No, Luke, you weren't allowed to take that off. You're going to jail. You wouldn't steal a baby. Yeah. Well, they're like easy tear tags. At least they are on the back of the shirt. It's like they have tags on the back of these shirts normally, and those you can just quickly tear by hand, and it's no big deal. You don't usually have to cut them out. Plus, if you cut them, then they have the sharp edge, and often that just makes them even more uncomfortable. You know? I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, I can't resell my shirt anymore. Oh, well. Oh, I blew it. One really funny thing for those South Park fans of you out there. This is really, really freaking funny, and it doesn't surprise me in the least. Prince Harry, Meghan Markle are mulling legal action over the hurtful parody of them in South Park. They want to sue South Park for making fun of them in this last episode. Which, if you missed the episode, basically, like, they put Prince Harry and whatever her face in the episode, and they just, like, they move to South Park, and they play drums on the front lawn, and they carry around signs to march around, and they're like, respect our privacy, leave us alone. And they're like screaming out loud, don't look at me, I don't want attention, I didn't ask for this, respect my privacy. And it's like perfect, because these guys also, they are just whining constantly about how they want to be just left alone and just live a quiet life. Meanwhile, they're going on these media tours, they're going and trying to get Netflix specials, he's writing books about his weird blue dong, all sorts of weird stuff. And it's just so stupid and ridiculous. I'm like, yeah, I really don't care about them. But the moments I do care about them is when they're being mocked incessantly for being ridiculous dumpster people. And so I find it thoroughly entertaining that they are threatening to sue. Blue Dong, oh, you haven't heard about that? In a part of his book, like, he describes his junk for an extended period of time. And I probably can't go into too much detail, but if you are curious for whatever reason, you could look that up if you're if you're interested. Look up the book section about his dingaling. Yeah, oh no, my royal feelings. Yeah, it's like ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. But I'm like, it's so insane. Like, when you are in the public eye, you kind of have this coming. Like, you're gonna be mocked and teased and ridiculed. It's part of what comes with it. Now, they probably will say, well, we didn't ask for this, we were just born into this royal family. Okay, do you think, like, any of the other, like, more niche family members of the royal monarchy deal with this? No, because they aren't marching around going and doing television interviews constantly about how you want to be left alone, and then doing Netflix specials where you want to be left alone. And like, there was even a clip that went and leaked of what's his face talking to Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, and telling him that he should hire Meghan for voiceovers for nature documentaries and stuff. Like, dry up. Dry up. You know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to pretend that this is all about wanting your privacy. You love the attention and you love the money you're getting from it. Yeah. Your new book called Wah. Yeah, exactly. It's so good. I just love it. Yeah, an actress marrying a royal doesn't want attention. Yeah, sure. Well, I'm pretty sure. Didn't she try to make it as like an Instagram influencer years ago? Like, before all of this? Pretty sure that's where, like, they met. It's just all dumb. It's all dumb. He said killing people is like moving chess pieces. Tasteful. Tasteful. Blue is not a good color for your genitals. Yeah, that's a worrisome color. They're the new Kardashian family looking for any excuse to be the center of attention. Yeah, and it's like, the danger is that it's really funny seeing people tease them about stuff, but that also feeds into it. Like, for them, there's no such thing as bad press. Like, if you're mocking them, it's bad press. They say that they want to sue you, it's bad press, but they get talked about even more. They get more attention. And then that brings up the discussion of his weird blue dong. And then you want to Google it and check it out. And you're like, oh, maybe I'll check out this excerpt of the book. And that makes the book rank higher in search results and recommendations on Amazon. And then, the weird, like, Housewives of Beverly Hills start getting recommended on parody. And, like, it all just spins and spins and spins. And it's so toxic. I still don't know who's watching this stuff. Who's like, watching the Netflix specials about it. Like, who cares? Yeah, it was one of the less aggressive parodies. The one they did on Michael Jackson had his actual face melting off, and they straight up called him like a child abuser. And this one's going to be chill. Like, they could have pretty easily pulled out, like, the Epstein card and done stuff like that, and they didn't. So you're saying that your wife that posts constantly on Instagram has her own reality TV show and magazine doesn't want attention. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like when people pull these awful takes, like the Elden Ring guy on YouTube. Someone with no voice has suddenly been given one because we find it so silly. Yeah, bad dreams. And it's kind of a tricky thing because it's the same thing that happened with like Flat Earth, where like for a few years, probably from like 2018 to 21, Flat Earth kind of saw a resurgence because people found it so ridiculous that they would watch these videos of flat earthers just being cringy and ridiculous. And it was entertaining because you're like, how could anybody be this stupid? It's, you know, and watching it makes you feel smarter, so it's entertaining. But in doing that, it gets pushed out, more people see it, and even if 0.001% of people that see that thing end up convinced by the flat earth argument, that's still adding to their numbers. Whereas before, like, if nobody talked to them or dealt with them, it wouldn't add anything to their numbers, right? So I understand, like, just don't touch it, don't discuss it, who cares? I can definitely understand that. No, when the book is on sale in the UK for like £5 or less, they can't get rid of it. I saw it in a shop window. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. That makes me feel better. I don't know. For those of you who are in here who are Brits, what is the general sentiment towards the royal family nowadays? Like, it seems from the outside, from like the US's perspective, that it seems like generally people were respectful of the Queen because she was an institution in and of herself. But now that she's gone, it seems like everybody unanimously hates the royal family and finds them to be like a toxic, bloated, outdated, incestuous pile of rubbish, to use one of your words. Pile of rubbish. That seems to be the case, at least. Had respect and love for Elizabeth. Hate Charles and Harry. Just whines. Yeah. Only old people care for them. We hate them. No support for the royals is still very high. The Queen was the last respected member. That's like, apparently King Charles is generally very much disliked. That's at least the perception I've gotten. Are there any secret members of the royal family, like disabled ones? Probably. It's like the stories where like the Kennedys in the US, kind of American royalty through the 60s and more like through the 80s probably. But the Kennedys had like a mentally challenged daughter, and they famously got her a lobotomy in like the 50s. It's kind of horrifying. Just turned her brain into SpaghettiOs, and then we're like, yeah, no, we're good. Now she can't talk to the press. Now she's fine. It's kind of horrifying. At least being a flat earther indicates what type of person you are, making it more easy to just not bother with them. Yeah, well, and for most people, it's like so patently ridiculous. And like, honestly, I think the flat earth stuff, when you talk to somebody who's a flat earther, usually they believe in 1,000 other conspiracy theories. So flat earth is just another one they tack on. Like, they already believed in the Illuminati. They already believed in, you know, every major event in human history being orchestrated by the Freemasons. And like, they were already pretty down the rabbit hole. Let's see. Some people really, really love them as if they're their own family. I'm not a fan. Love William and Kate. It's a great example of like, just don't talk and people will probably like you. Like, the problem with King Charles is that he's just never shut up for the last like 50 years. Keeps trying to talk about like how the Green Revolution was one of the worst things that happened in human history because it It made it so factory farming became the standard, even though that is the only way that we can support the global population. Like, King Charles is like a fan of Vanda Shiva, who's like a whack job Green Revolution conspiracy theorist, and she thinks that like all food should only be grown organically, and we should outlaw all like factory farming. Because I guess she thinks that it's spiritually problematic or something. I don't know. She's insane. But basically, if we took her policies on and we started doing what she's saying, like instantly in the span of just a few months, there would probably be like 2 billion people dead. It's ridiculous. Oh, this is kind of funny. This guy, you remember this guy, the NFL star receiver, DK Metcalf, picked for NFL's random drug tests after the viral jump video. That's funny. That's funny. Bioshock instead, Magic FPS, but something about the trailers has put me off. There was something just under the surface that felt like it was trying to keep out of sight. 60 or 70, yeah. Just about. Right around 70. Right around 70. Yeah, see, people really didn't like it. But audiences like it? I don't know. I don't know, man. I haven't been into Marvel stuff in ages, though. People are saying that video was faked. I don't know if it was faked or real. Either way, like, sure, test him. Who cares? As if they're actually going to, like, really care about the testing, let's be real. Yeah, King Charles has hot dog fingers. Have you guys seen that? Have you guys seen the hot dog fingers? King Charles hands. He has, I forget what the name of the like, disease is. But people call it hot dog fingers because they're so bloated. So, like, if we zoom in on these, like, that's what his hands look like. Look at that ring. That ring is struggling to stay on. That thing wants to pop off. Like, the poor guy. The poor guy. I don't know. I forget what it's called, but it's basically like just a swelling. It can also mean like really poor circulation. So I don't know. There he looks normal. He looks fine there. But recently like this, yeah, it's pretty bad. Let's see. It's called inbreeding. Oh, dude, that's scary. That's good. That's funny. I don't know. The whole thing is just crazy. Like, I saw a TikTok of a guy in London who's like a style guy. Like, he'll show you what the latest trends are, and like, this is what kind of suits I recommend, and all of this. And he did a video where he went to all the shops which are popular for royalty to shop at. And so he's like, this is where the king buys his hats. This is where he buys his shirts. This is where he buys his pants. And then he shows it all, breaks down the pricing. And it's insane. Like, these are people that have never worked a real job in their lives. And yet they are going and wearing like their basic white button-up shirts are like $2,800 a piece. Sorry, pounds. His suit jacket is like 10,000 pounds. His shoes are a couple thousand. And apparently he goes there to get his shirts done like once every 6 months. He gets a new batch. Like, it's just a bad freaking look. It's just bad. Like, people think that like the aristocracy is gone nowadays, and it really isn't. Like, it's just changed form. It's shifted. Yeah, or 1.5 NFTs. Yeah. Yeah. How much is this shirt? This shirt is 1.5 NFTs. Ah, there you go. Yes, I'll transfer them to you post hence. 3 bands for a suit is just crazy. I don't know. So one time when I was working in real estate, I sat down with, it was like one of the first days in the office, probably like the first week I was there. And we sat down with the owner of the company. And this is a man worth like hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Extremely wealthy. His house has like 2 elevators. Okay. Like this guy's ridiculous. His house, we drove by it, looks like an actual castle. It's insane. But he sat down with us in the conference room, us being the 3 new guys that had just been hired on. And he sits down with us and we're just chatting, and he's a super sweet guy. Super, super nice. And I'll say that till I die. Like, he's just a genuinely kind human being. But he was going through it and he's like, you see this suit jacket? Oh, yeah? He's like, so this suit jacket I bought in, I forget the exact year, but it was like the 70s, late 70s. He's like, I bought this suit jacket in 1978. I've had it for 50 years and it still works great. Now at the time I paid, I think he said like $500 for it, which I don't even know what that would be. Like 500 in 1978 is the equivalent to like $2,300 today. It's like he spent like $2,300 on a suit jacket. But his point to us was like, yes, I spent a lot on this suit jacket, but I spent a lot on this suit jacket and I've used it for 50 years. He's like, I invested in that. And if I bought cheaper suit jackets, I probably would have gone through a handful of them by now. I probably would have gone through a dozen of them by now. And I would have possibly or probably spent more than that. And so he was like, if you know how to spend your money and you invest it in higher quality things that make it so you don't need to replace them constantly, you can end up ahead. It's why buying a nice car that you take care of and either you retains its value so you can trade it into something without losing money, or you just resell it or keep it forever. It's like, that's a great way of doing it. Buy a nice house that will retain value, things like that. What we're talking about, like King Charles, is that he's buying like, $2,300 shirts and then he's replacing them in a few months because he just grows bored of it. It's like when his butler was interviewed before or right after the Queen died, and his butler is like, or former butler was like, yeah, no, I would have to iron the laces for his shoes, and if you didn't, he would lose his mind. He said one time he was called over because the Prince Charles was sitting at the desk writing a letter to somebody. And the butler was off doing something in the other room. And then he yells at him, oh, Chauncey, or whatever his name is. And then he comes in and he's like, I'm afraid I dropped the letter, or the pen cap, into the waste bin. Would you be able to get it for me? And the butler looks over and the waste bin is right there. Like, right next to the desk. He could lean down and grab it. It's right there. But he calls the butler in. And the butler comes in, leans down, grabs it, hands it to him. Thank you, Chauncey, that's all. And then he leaves. And he was like, in that moment, he's like, I realized that this man was in a different realm. Like, this guy had been raised in such insane luxury that he literally has never had to even lean over to pick something up. It's ridiculous. Anyway, enough about the king and his bloated sausage fingers. Retro posted this out, and this is interesting. So, for those of you who missed it, basically Hogwarts Legacy, there was kind of a lot of hoopla in the last week or so. People were very upset because they said that as of right now, they don't have any plans to work on DLC. They just don't currently have any plans. But they followed up on it. So Retro posted this. Important note from Eric here on the Hogwarts Legacy DLC question. Personally, I'd be shocked if we don't get multiple DLCs for the game. As Eric points out, though, the priority right now is getting the game out, as promised to PS4, Xbox, and Switch owners. So Eric followed this up and said, a better way to frame Alan's response to the DLC question is to remember we've only launched half of our SKUs so far. There are people out there who still don't have the game in their hands yet, and we don't want to shortchange those folks. And this is a very important thing to note. I think people, and myself included, saw that news in this type of headline, and we're like, well, the game's out, and then they're just not working on DLC? Like, what are they going to do? Are they just going to start work on the sequel? No. No, they still have to put it out for PS4, Xbox One, Xbox One X, PS4 Pro, and eventually the Switch. And so they have, like, 5 different variations of the game that they have to polish, refine, and make sure are ready, while also patching things out that are wrong with this one. That's out right now. And so I think that this is a very, very good point that I hadn't really considered. So yeah, I'm proud of this. I'm proud of them for this. Hopefully we do get a DLC. I think it's a layup. Like, this game is already like the best selling game of the year and probably will be for the entire year. And only, like he said, half the SKUs are out. There's a ton of people who wanted to play this game that have not gotten to play it yet because they have a PS4 or an Xbox One or a Switch, and they just don't have current gen consoles, or they don't have a high-end PC to run it, so they're just waiting. I got a very sad message actually from somebody who came out and they were like, I was so excited for Hogwarts Legacy, and I like pre-ordered the game and everything, and then launch day came around, I took a day off work, and then I looked and realized that it wasn't the PS4 version that launched, it was the PS5 version, and I have to wait however long, like weeks and weeks, to get the game. It's like, I should have known that it was only for PS5. I was just so excited. I guess I didn't think critically about it and look into it. So, bummer. I was like, I feel bad for that guy. Like, he was so excited. So excited. Why do people always want DLC? Well, they're willing to pay more for more content. Like, that's the big thing. They're willing to pay more. And, like where I'm at, yeah, I'd be down to buy some DLC. I hope they make this PS5 exclusive quest available eventually on PC as well, though I don't know if they've said anything about that. I'm still baffled people aren't more annoyed and pissed about it. Like, it's kind of a big deal, but yeah. Remember when Luke said Hogwarts Legacy was like fries? I binged it and now I'm disgusted. Yeah, it's a great junk food game. It's a great junk food game. You know, it scratches a good itch and it just feels good and you're just very, very happy to dive into it. But if you eat it too fast or if you don't pace yourself, you'll probably get a little sick. A little sick. Okay. So don't rush Hogwarts Legacy then? Yeah, take it in. Like, if you feel the need to take a break, take a break. What's the rush? Take a break. Savor it. There's a lot of game there. There's a lot. A few of you guys out there have platinumed it already and have finished it. And, I mean, they will attest. There's a ton of stuff in that game. So, there's a lot. Let's see. How many watch straps do I have? I don't know, I bought a bunch on Amazon for like $5 a piece. Because I'm not like, this is the one that came with the watch. So like, this is probably the nicer one. The stainless steel one I bought for very special occasions from the company that makes my phone cases, Bull Strap. And that's a very, very nice watch band. But the overwhelming majority of the ones I have are like from Amazon for like $5, and they look just like the Apple bands, but they aren't $100 because that's ridiculous. So yeah, I just bought a bunch of cheap imitation ones. Nobody can tell the difference, which is what's really, really funny. Let's see. Yeah, man, frick Hogwarts. I haven't seen somebody say frick X in a long time, but I grew up in like homeschooled circles, so I heard that a lot. Man, frick that. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. Frick Hogwarts. Atomic Heart for the win. I don't care if there's problems with the game. I bet it will be decent. Yeah, a game can have problems and still be worth playing. And I think that's the problem that a lot of people, and maybe this is like my fault for how I've communicated it or something like, but I just think so many people hear like, so the game is fine, but it has this, and this problem. This, and this problem. And people are like, oh, so the game is terrible and I shouldn't buy it. Bummer. I'm like, no, it can still be worth playing. It's just, it's just like sucky. A game doesn't have to be perfect or terrible. Like there is middle ground where it's good and still enjoyable. Like sushi. There's amazing sushi. You'll taste it. It'll melt on your tongue, and you'll be like, "Oh, holy crap, this is amazing." And then there's crappy gas station sushi that you really shouldn't touch. But there is space between that where it's good. Like you buy it at King Soopers, our local supermarket here in Colorado, and like you buy it at King Soopers, and it's good. It's not gonna make you sick, but it's not gonna like amaze you, but it's good. Like, that's fine. It doesn't have to be perfect. And the broader lesson with Atomic Heart, once again, is that Game Pass just changes the formula for this stuff. Because, again, like, it might be harder to recommend this if it were, like, on Steam. It's tricky to recommend, but if you're going to be playing this on Game Pass, like, it's a slam dunk. It's a slam dunk. Because, like, even if it kind of sucks, like, who cares? You didn't pay for it. You didn't pay extra. Should we see what Maddie said about it? Or Carrick? I'm assuming most people had similar impressions. Because this was not, like... I didn't feel like this was a scandalous review where I'm like, ooh, I'm going out on a limb here. To me, this felt pretty straightforward. I didn't think that this was that close of a call. Would you consider it the kind of game that can drive Game Pass subscriptions? I'd say yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't expect there to be a ton of conversions for it, but like if people have been interested in this and they're hearing it's good, not great, then yeah, go, like tossing $10-15 at it for a 1 month sub would be fine. Maddie's was similar to you. I've always wondered if I should reach out to people like while we're working on these reviews and critiques. I've never done it before, but like sometimes when I'm having technical issues with the game, I wonder like should I like reach out to other reviewers who probably are reviewing this and be like, hey, have you had like massive problems technically? Like, is this just me, or is there something you figured out that fixes these problems? Like, what am I doing wrong? I don't know. Only reason I'm playing Atomic Heart is because it's on Game Pass. Otherwise, I wasn't even going to bother renting with GameFly. The video you did together was good. You should try to do that stuff more often. Oh, yeah. No, I'd like to. The big thing is just, like, the collaboration has to make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense for me to bring Maddie on to talk about, like, PlayStation's finances. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Whereas... like, if I'm talking about Starfield, yeah, I'll bring up Maddie. Same with Joe Raptor. If I'm talking about Assassin's Creed, bring on Joe Raptor. That makes sense. And so there's got to be a topic that drives it, and sometimes there just isn't. Real quick, I'm so sorry, I'm not a professional. Hold on. Strongish guy. I got on a weird diatribe with that King Charles stuff. I don't know what happened. Thank you for the 2.
Strongish guy donated $2 through Super Chat. If you laugh at my jokes, I'll give you money.
Easy enough. There we go. Swimouch. Thank you for the $1.99. Came in late. Atomic Heart, buy or pass. Probably not a buy for $70, but if you're getting it on Game Pass, slam dunk. Okay, let's see what Maddie said.
Everybody, it is Maddie here today, sitting down for my review of Atomic Heart. A big thanks to Focus Home Interactive for providing the review code about 4 days ahead of the embargo lifting. It gave me just enough time to finish this one up, develop my thoughts, and deliver them to you here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Atomic Heart is a game we've been waiting a long while for. It was first announced in 2017 with its initial teaser trailer, and from there, a lot
He's playing BioShock music. That's funny.
A lot of the industry was captured with this alternate history, Soviet Union focused, BioShock style game. And for me personally, as an alternate history junkie, I was all over this one. But as the years went on and we got further and further away from that initial teaser, much of the hype had kind of died off. Just, okay, Atomic Heart looks great, but when can we finally play it? Well, all that time of waiting is finally over. And for Xbox fans especially, I imagine you're excited because this is one of the big gets for day one Game Pass. For the rest of us, we're paying $70. With that, is Atomic Heart worth your money, and is it worth your download? We'll be splitting up the verdict.
I truly miss him holding the microphone. Yeah. For those of you guys who missed it, there was a Maddie era that only lasted about 2 weeks where he broke his mic stand and he would just hold his SM7B like this. Just hold it. And it was great. It was magical. It was a magical time. It really was. Stefan, would Half-Life Alyx justify buying a PSVR 2? Honestly, if you have a PS5 and like not a PC or anything, maybe. Like it's really good, but like you might be better served getting a gaming PC and then a PC headset. But I mean, again, that's a lot more money. So I don't know. Half-Life Alyx is great. It really is. But it's a third-party, non-exclusive title. So it's tricky. It's tricky. So I'm less convinced, but
at the end of this video. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here and you're into day one reviews, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. Atomic Heart is a game that truly I wanted to love. There are high highs and quite frankly, low lows. Now these lows are not down to the pits of hell itself, but certainly I think the game stumbles often over its own ambition. It sometimes tries to do a little too much, and you see flashes of brilliance throughout your 20+ hour experience.
You see, this is why I was worried about technical performance. On my 4090, this was smooth as butter. But look at these frame drops he's showing. Like, this is bad.
Too much, and you see flashes of brilliance throughout your...
That's rough, man.
It sometimes tries to do a little too much, and you see flashes of brilliance throughout your 20+ hour experience. But as those flashes of brilliance come and go, you wish that Atomic Heart just paused for a moment and focused on those strengths rather than trying to do a million different things at once. Focus is important, especially now as the budget and time of development for these games grows. And I feel like Atomic Heart will be an important lesson for a lot of the industry. So let's get started, as always, with the world, the story, the...
Why does... I think you're saying, why does this cam look a little washed out? To me in all the footage. I don't know. To me, I think Maddie's cameras are usually just auto-wide balanced. And I don't think he uses neutral light as his key light. So I think that's most of it. If he just used like a 5600 Kelvin front like key light and then the rest of it was colored, I think it would have a lot more depth in it.
The universe, and this is a game where the story's ridiculousness is outweighed by its world building, which is fantastic. I found myself completely in love with Atomic Heart off the rip. You see, its opening is quite familiar if you've played a BioShock game before.
Dude,
you see
his
the world
frames are so
thriving,
bad.
doing its absolute best during a festival as the opening hours crawl on.
Like a little
But
shocked.
as things slowly begin to descend before your very eyes, now robotics have started to revolt against humanity. The robots are here because Soviet Russia had won World War II. A fascinating outcome I find personally as someone who really does enjoy alternate history.
I mean, technically they did win, though. They were on, and like technically, they didn't lose. So, like, I get it. Like, basically, in this alternative history, in the 30s, the Soviets developed this like sort of plasma, weird, liquidy substance that could be used to do all of this. They also solved cold fusion and stuff. So, yeah, in this version, they didn't starve 60 million people. Exactly. So, like, in this version of history, in the 30s, the Soviets became super, super advanced. And as a result, like, you know, ended up way ahead of everything else. So I think that's most of what the alternative element is here. But anyway.
It reminds me a bit of, say, Wolfenstein, where what happens if the Germans won World War II? I love asking those types of questions and having stories explore them. So I like where Atomic Heart is heading. And what happens is Soviet Russia becomes this robotic, technical powerhouse, and their robotics are deployed all around the world. So naturally, when the robotics begin to revolt, this is not just a problem for Russia, this is a problem for the entire planet.
Real quick, this is like a total sidebar, but it just made me think of it. One of the only reasons I'm actually interested in like investing in Tesla is for the Tesla bot. Because I think, like, if you've seen iRobot with Will Smith, that movie slapped. And that movie, I think, represents what will eventually take place, where most manual labor will be replaced by androids, because it only makes sense. Why wouldn't we eventually reach that point? And as far as I know, like, Tesla is the only company, like publicly traded company, that is actively developing something like that that we know of. Does anybody in chat know of any other company that's working on like androids? Well, yeah, Tesla. Well, that's why I'm like asking about a different company, because Tesla is like kind of, it can sort of walk, sort of, but it's like 50 years away from actually being useful. But if anybody knows of anything, yeah, Boston Dynamics, but I don't think they're a publicly traded company, are they? Like, I've seen the stuff they're doing, but can you invest in Boston Dynamics? MIT, yeah, like, I'd love to be able to invest in MIT, but I'm like, I want to throw all my money into that, because the moment that starts working and they can take those androids that like Boston Dynamics has that can do backflips and like dance and run and stuff, the moment we have that and that starts to be like sellable, then good God Almighty, like your $100 investment, your $1,000 investment will be millions, because instantly manual labor will be like obsolete. Raytheon, Cyberdyne, Hyundai acquired Boston Dynamics. Really? I'm gonna look this up. Okay, we'll keep going. But if Hyundai actually did take on Boston Dynamics, then I would like pour money into Hyundai. Not official financial advice, but I'm like, Boston Dynamics actually has an Android that can like do crazy stuff. But if that's true, then Hyundai, all of a sudden, I'm much more interested in that.
Throughout the entire game, you're going to encounter
Boston Dynamics
fascinating
is?
technology. And to me, I cared less about the story and more about the exposition through data logs, as well as hearing your glove speak to you and break it all down. Things like Thought, a genetic rewrite that allows you to learn a brand new language in a single day, for example, instead of going to class and trying to learn year over year. Or that polymer glove I just referred to that allows you to control the elements, all the way down to the robotics that you're going to be fighting. It is all there because there was a goal with humanity to start colonizing the moon and other planets within the solar system. To me, that's the type of stuff that pulls me in, more than the game's
Yeah, Boston Dynamics is owned by Hyundai Motor Company. That's crazy.
ridiculous writing. Because, yeah, This game is absolutely nuts. Now, as always with cheesy B-tier kind of writing and delivery, this will be charming to some. For me, there were times it was, and the game got a genuine laugh out of me. There are other times that I sat there and truly wished the game had the focus to take itself a little more seriously. The situation around you is serious and believable, the world is fascinating, and through sheer exploration of its environments, before you start to comb a layer deeper, you could tell a lot of thought went into how Atomic Heart's world came to be. For the story to be joking around constantly with an MC that just can't go a sentence without cursing, it's ridiculous and people will love it. I didn't hate it, but I personally can't say that I felt it helped the game.
I actively hated it. Like I said in the review, he, the protagonist, P3, will repeatedly scream out, and I'm not joking, crispy critters. Like, a lot. I counted at least 9 times in the game's main story where he screamed out, crispy critters, in dramatic moments. And then there's moments where he's like baffled and he'll go, crispy. It's freaking weird. Like, I feel like I'm missing something. Like, it happened the first time. I was like, what? What did he say? Like, what? And then, like, he kept saying it. Repeated. It's like his catchphrase in the game. It's weird. I don't get it. What was the original Russian line? I have no idea. All I know is that in the English version, he screams out crispy critters at a lot of really weird, inappropriate times. A lot. Like, however much you're thinking, like, okay, that would be too much crispy critters dialogue. He does it more than that. It's freaking weird. It's just weird. Matthias, I'm so behind on all of these. I suck so bad at this. What is my deal today? Matthias, thank you for the 5.
Mateus Rangel donated 5 Brazilian reals through Super Chat. Hey Elvis the Alien, have you ever heard about Phobia? It's a really cool Brazilian horror game. Sav from Brazil.
I have heard of it. I've never played it. But thank you for the 5. I'll have to check it out. And yeah, everybody says I look or sound like Elvis the Alien. I don't really know why. And Rari, yes, thank you for the $1.99. I need to play the Yakuza games. I have them downloaded. I just haven't gotten around to them because this month has been crazy. But
don't get me wrong.
Yeah, everybody liked the
deeper into
stream.
The game, it gets equal parts more ridiculous as well as interesting. So it's a very unique experience in that part. But the world itself, to me, is just the biggest grab. I loved exploring its environments and seeing all the unique setup and pieces that they had to tell me about this world more and more. For example, as you're crawling through the facilities of Atomic Heart's world, you're gonna see that each room was made with purpose and thought. These are rooms such as one full of plants, and these plants specifically are in this room with these gigantic fans because they want to use these to terraform the likes of the moon, Mars, etc. To me, it just pulls things together. The vision, the overarching world, and where it's going, it works really well for me. And for some, this will just be exposition heavy shooting galleries, but I again really dug the level of thought gone into the reason why things here even exist. You could tell that's thoughtful, careful world building. And while you'd still see some of the same assets be used as you went from hallway to hallway to hallway, since there was a distinct narrative purpose for them that would give you exposition behind it, some will be bored to tears. For me, I found this to be the greatest strength.
The greatest strength. Thank you, Strongish Guy, for the 2. What up, CoffeeZilla? You doing good? Rocking and rolling. CoffeeZilla, isn't that another YouTuber? Or is that like Coffee Hour or something? Or you just call me CoffeeZilla because I like coffee. And I'm probably overthinking it. I don't know.
The universe there is exactly what you wanted it to be. Now, I said that this game disappointed me. It's not really in the story, and it's certainly not in the universe. It's unfortunately in the gameplay, the structure, and the balancing. that it just completely misses the mark on. In the opening hours of the game, it has a distinct melee focus. It's extremely cumbersome and makes you dodge constantly. I was getting flashbacks to Callisto Protocol way too quick with this one. Now, shooting works, otherwise it feels sluggish, even when weapons are upgraded. When you're mixing powers and gunplay, that is when Atomic Heart is at its finest. When you're using your frostbite to freeze over a robot and then taking out your axe and beating them over the head. Even if it's a little glitchy in the fact that once I kill an enemy in that state, they just disappear. I liked the combination of abilities, gun power, as well as melee attacks. But there's never a flow. There's never a good feel to it all. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like what I said with, say, Forspoken, where controller mapping was a problem. The way the controls are mapped in this game work totally fine. And you can tell thought went into that, given the game's action can pick up pretty quickly. It's just a feel thing. It's sluggish, it's cumbersome, and oftentimes not balanced.
Turns out to be pretty good, lol.
Yeah, you want me to play Rainbow Six? So bad. It's you. Rocky really wants me to play. Wants me to play Destiny, because Destiny's getting an update. Iron Cyclops Caleb, he really wants me to play Ghost Recon Breakpoint. And like all of these games are kind of like you're either in it or you're not. Like either this is your game or you'll have no idea what's going on. So I just don't even know. I don't know where to start. I just don't know. Luke looks like daddy, TBH. Boy. Okay, anyway.
Balance well. You will walk into scenarios where you must fight, and you will be overwhelmed with a dozen plus enemies at once. For some, this will give it a sense of locomotion and urgency. For me, it was so beyond chaotic and haphazard that it felt like they just threw enemies at you without any real goal, any real design in these encounters, and just said, figure it out yourself, the game should work itself out, when it really typically doesn't. That's why the dodge focus is a problem here. It works in gunplay, but when you're in melee and you're fighting 5 enemies at once and they are all coming at you with attacks that you need to separately dodge, it brought me back to Spider-Man 2, which I just played for a video on Retro Rebound, where if you are getting smacked around and a bunch of enemies are trying to attack you at once, and the only way you can evade them is with dodging, you're guaranteed to get hit. With all of these ideas collected, you can watch before your very eyes as the combat just collapses upon itself as its systems cannot uphold all of the chaos on screen. There were so many long, nauseatingly drawn out combat sections in this game that truly made me want to put my head through the nearest wall. It got ridiculous at some points in time. I don't mind long combat encounters, I don't mind challenge, but when your game is not fun to play, it really makes it hard.
This controller gameplay is also giving me a stroke.
Hard to forgive. Occasionally there are puzzles where the powers really show their potential of interaction, but they are unfortunately few and far between. There's this one magnetics focused puzzle, a moment in the game where they're going through explaining why it exists, and a moment I could see people finding boring. But for me, it was different, and it showed the versatility of the powers that you had and your skill set and how the game could continue to flex these, but they just didn't do so often enough. The same goes for boss fights. They're actually epic at times in these games, but other times they're just spongy enemies with health bars, and I'm like, why does this even bother existing if you're not going to explore it fully? You see, if I were to define Atomic Heart as anything, it's a jack of all trades, master of none. You'll do a hacking minigame that turns into Snake, you'll do this magnetic puzzle, you'll end up shooting a giant robot boss that has tons of phases. It does a lot of things, and in certain parts, like that boss fight, it does them really well. But then in that moment where I do that Snake hacking minigame, I'm absolutely bombarded with enemies afterwards that will relentlessly attack you until you are dead on the ground. My God, the balancing in the terms of damage and amount of enemies coming your way just doesn't feel right.
It does feel like they just toss stuff in here and there's no rhyme or reason. I absolutely agree with that. Why is the game so ugly in this capture? I think he's playing it on an Xbox. I think he'll explain it later. But like he showed at the very beginning that gameplay footage you saw, which was super stuttery. Let me show you my clip of that combat encounter. I think it was this clip, yeah. So his combat for this boss fight was like super stuttery. And then my capture is like buttery smooth. No frame drops. For me, this was playing right around 130 to 140 frames. That's with DLSS on, and that I don't actually think I had frame generation on because it was causing screen tearing issues. But I mean, my footage here you see is way smoother, and I'm not even sure if the shrubs were in his footage. I'm not even sure if they loaded. I think he's playing on an Xbox. We'll see what he says. I'm guessing that's what it is. Because this footage, you know, running at 4K natively, everything on atomic quality scale, it's a very good looking game. And it's very smooth. And all of the footage he's showing is like super rough. Super rough. You can also tell I'm playing on mouse and keyboard. Because mouse and keyboard's better. Don't at me. That's just a fact. Just a fact.
Clear it was not fine-tuned here, and it's very upsetting because even if that was fixed, it doesn't feel good to play. There's no part of the game that resembles the pains I'm expressing more than the open world section. The opening 5 hours or so of Atomic Heart are linear, and you can tell they were on one track for a single game, and they got to a point and said, let's do something else. So eventually you get to a point where the game opens up, and now you can explore its open...
See, he says he thinks that it was being developed as like a linear game, and then they pivoted and decided to put these open world elements in. I have the feeling the opposite happened. I think they had this open world thing that they were working on, and then they realized, dude, it's going to take us 15 years to get this game out with how slow this is going. So let's just take the open world we have and then put the main story through it. And I think that's what they did. Because it like... every bit of the way, it feels like they are trying to justify the big map that they gave you, even though the main story is paced really, really poorly. And then it feels like at some point they just said, you know what, we're not going to be able to pull this off. We just have to figure out how to make this more linear. And then we'll tell people it's open world, and if they want to mess around with it, they can figure that out. But the whole main story is super linear and all that stuff.
Open world, seek out upgrades for your weapons, or explore various facilities in the open world. Otherwise, there are houses that you can farm resources from, and you'll be able to go into the machine called...
Yeah, that clipping of the curtains, I never saw that. But that's an Xbox thing, I think.
Nora. It's at Nora that you can upgrade not only your character and their skill set.
Oh, one weird thing, Nora, the robot that you use to upgrade your equipment and stuff, she like is like a sexual fiend. The robot is, so like she'll, when you first meet her, the robot will like talk to you and try to be like, oh, you're such a strong man, oh yes, open my cabinet. Like it's a little weird. Again, it tries to be funny, but it's weird. It's weird.
And get very useful upgrades, mind you, like being able to dodge multiple times or being invincible while dodging, which helps in the later game, downright to upgrades like pretty much your plasmids, if you will, such as frostbite and shock and what they can do.
Yeah, and you see that on the right. Let me move my cam to the other side. That on the right, so they have this like their own sort of vault boy, like in Fallout, but he's used only in these screens and in like the difficulty selection screen at the beginning of the game, and like that's it. But they went to all this trouble of hand animating like this cartoon version. It's just a little strange. It's a little strange. Again, it's a cool idea, but they like use it once and then don't really touch on it after.
Like being able to shock multiple enemies. The open world is deceptively beautiful. While you first step into it, you go, oh my gosh, I want to go everywhere. Especially if you're in the same boat as me, who is really digging the universe. You start to realize that there's a lack of connective tissue really pulling together the entire game. It's just a bunch of things being thrown at the wall and seeing what necessarily is going to stick. Now, I'm all about haphazard game design. Honestly, that reminds me of the PS2 generation. But here it feels like truly aimless design, especially as I roam the open world more and more, and all it is a home to is being harassed by robots as I get caught in the alarm system and the alarm level goes up and suddenly there are literally 10 robots on my ass. It is quite frustrating to be out here where the best solution oftentimes is to run out of combat encounters. And it's in those moments that you recognize something is truly wrong with the game. If combat is good, I'm going to want to engage, right? I'm going to want more of that, even if the encounter rate is high. But here, eventually, all I wanted to do was run away and just get to the next point in the story. It brought me back to Amazing Spider-Man 2. A lot of Spider-Man references in this review, but I swear it makes sense because
I can tell what he's been playing. Like, this is one of the fun things about Maddie's videos, is that he plays all these old school games. And so he'll just come out swinging with like, this reminds me of this kind of obscure game from 2007. I'm like, what? What? Okay.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 had this chaos system that as you got deeper in the story, the cops would just harass you. And it's the same thing here. As you get caught once or twice, you make a rare slip up, which is going to happen in a dynamic open world. You just get clapped immediately with like 8 enemies at once. It's like, God, dude, just let me breathe. Exploration has its boons, particularly in the terms of finding upgrades available for your weapons like recipes. But to me, the biggest boon was, again, trying to connect deeply with that world, with that universe. And so I loved reading some of the logs found on terminals around the open world. However, the real meat and potatoes of that exploration is to find weapon upgrades, because oh, you'll need them if what I talked about with combat earlier is anything to go off of. Now, each weapon has multiple types of upgrades that change its look and feel, but also have levels to set upgrade. So there is that open world collectathon nature to it, where you're just gonna keep finding resources and more and more and more until the cows come home. The problem here with Nora leads me into one of my closing points, which is this game's buggy, friend. It is buggy. Speaking of Nora, when you're working with this machine, there are times that you will spend resources and your items will disappear. Imagine you go up to this.
Hold on. This might actually be a Maddie issue. I think this might actually be an oopsie. In this game, when you craft stuff, let me see if I can find a clip of this. In this game, when you craft ammunition and things, it will show up in the bot. So like it will craft it and then place it in like a tray that you have to take. So I have a clip of this, surely. Hold on, please hold. I don't know if this actually shows it. But basically like you'll be crafting stuff and then out of Nora, like right where the sort of gray half moon is, it will dispense the ammunition and you have to pick it up. And what you just saw in that footage he shows, he just showed this clip of him crafting it.
You're working with this machine. There are times that you will spend
sent to storage
resources
and then he leaves.
And your items
and then he's like,
disappear.
oh, the ammo's not there. And it was sent to storage. And what that means is like in your inventory, hold on, I gotta pick a different clip. I think towards the end I have plenty of this because I started crafting a ton of ammo. Not there. Like here. So like you'll have this storage where extra ammo that you craft will be sent into this inventory, and then you have to move it from this inventory into your personal inventory where you'll actually carry it with you and bring it with you. So when he just crafted that ammo, it got sent to here, which is in a different tab, still within Nora. And then you have to move it from here to here if your personal inventory is full, which is a lot of the time because the inventory is super, super small. So I think maybe the clip he showed just made me, it could be that you craft it and then it just didn't show up for him. That it could be what he's saying. But what I think he's describing is that he's crafting it and then he's like, the ammo disappeared, but it went to like the storage, or it gets set into the tray and then you have to pick it up and take it with you. So I think this is more likely an oopsie on his end, or poor UI or something. Or maybe it is actually a glitch and this clip he's using is just a little obscure.
Here. Imagine you go up to this machine, you go, all right, I need 10 healing items. There's about to be a boss fight. I'm low on health. Okay, what can you give me? So I craft 10 healing items. It takes my resources. I'm like, okay, good. Where's my healing items? And it just doesn't give them to you.
It does, though. They're in the storage. You see all these freaking healing items I have? This is because I would craft or find like 10, 15 of them. And then it would go here. And then you have to pull these out and put them in your inventory. Now, but then again, it could be that it glitched for him. Because I had plenty of bugs where I had plenty of bugs. But it could be the case that maybe he was crafting stuff and it didn't get sent here. I would say based on how he's describing it, it sounds more like he didn't check the storage, even though it pops up and says check the storage, or ammo sent to storage or whatever. So this is a weird one, but I mean, it might just be that I'm confused. It might be that he's confused. I don't know.
So I go back in. I'm like, maybe they send them to my storage. Let me check. Let me check my inventory. Nothing. It is frustrating. You can't be failing me here when I need to heal myself and I don't have the option to now. The game's just constantly breaking.
Yeah, you see, he crafted it and then he backs out and he's like, where's my healing items? It's because your inventory fills up stupid quick and then you have to pull it from storage into your inventory if your inventory's full. Demand he open his storage. Call him right now.
I had a single crash one time when going through my experience. Still worth calling out given the plethora of other bugs because I did only play this on PC.
Oh, he's on PC and he's having those frame drops. Oof. I just assumed this was on like a Series X or Series S. But he's saying it's on PC and he was having that. That's rough. I don't know. His comments definitely calling it out. I don't know.
It's possible the console versions are far worse. I had this very familiar.
He said he checked the storage though. Okay, I must have missed that. If he checked the storage, like I said, it could just be that it was glitching out repeatedly. I never had that bug. I didn't have anything close to it. Every time I ever crafted stuff, it went to storage and then you pull from storage, put it in here and it works. Or it gets dispensed onto the tray and then it opens up and then you take the item. One time I did craft a gun and leave it behind in the Nora accidentally. But then it automatically was sent to my storage. So I didn't lose it or anything. So if he did check the storage and it is just a genuine bug, then that does freaking suck. That would drive me absolutely crazy.
Your bug from my time of reviewing Scorn. When I was reviewing Scorn, I couldn't finish one of the puzzles because
what in God's name is that controller? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Is it one of those like Razer ones? I don't know. I love my Elite Series too. I will live with that forever.
Because I was using a controller. It only worked with keyboard and mouse. That's obviously not something that's supposed to happen. So me and my expertise in these types of bugs was playing Atomic Heart, and I could not control this snake puzzle. I continued to fail it over and over, and I thought to myself, there's no way lightning's about to strike twice. And lo and behold, when I switched from my controller to my keyboard, I was...
Okay, that's freaking stupid. They didn't map it. So like the controls for the snake mini game, which happens like once, by the way. Well, maybe twice. But like you barely see this thing in the whole game. And the fact that they didn't route it for the controller input. So if you're playing with a controller, you just can't complete it. That's unbelievable. That's a big oopsie. Wow.
I was able to complete the puzzle. Other times, objectives just flat out don't update. You'll just be told, hey, your next objective's available. And you're like, okay, where do I go? And it's not until you like cross into a certain threshold that it'll finally tell itself to update. So some of the checkpoints are set up weird and override each other, it seems like. And then there are your more common bugs. There's performance dips at times. There seem to be some problems on the back end here. And I found that upsetting as well because we've waited so long for this game for it to come out in a state that's so, to me, chaotic, makes me ask what was happening during development. But I digress. Atomic Heart is a game I want to love. I really, truly do. Its world is awesome and well thought out, downright to the environments that you explore. It's all thought-provoking. It's all interesting. But when I get to actually playing Atomic Heart and rather not investigating its world, is when I start to lose interest, because it's just not a good feeling first-person shooter, mostly due to encounter design, but also the fact that it just doesn't feel good. So now it goes to the verdicts, right? It's an interesting one because it's a Game Pass game, but it's also a game you could pay for. If you have Game Pass, I always tell people, pretty much just ignore me. If you were interested and you want to try it out for yourself, this should not bar you from at least giving it the old college try. I think it could be worth that. I'll just say that the game truly doesn't start until past that mark where you enter the open world and you really know what it's all about. But that section is very long-winded, and I think some people will lose heart with just that, pardon the pun. So I would say
they will lose Atomic Heart. Oh God, you become a dad and then these weird stupid jokes just become so funny. It's weird.
If you have Game Pass, it's at least worth a look if you were initially interested. If you aren't, I have a tough time now recommending downloading it because I'm just like, go play something else that's not going to frustrate you. Meanwhile, if you're spending money on this, this is a definite wait for a sale.
Does he say what his PC specs are? No, I don't think so. I'm baffled his boss fight encounters are that bad. Like his frames are all over the place. And like I played this on Steam Deck, and on Steam Deck I didn't have that many issues. I did say in my review, so like I think it was Saturday afternoon, maybe Friday afternoon, but it was one of the two. They sent out a update, a patch on Steam, and it basically made you re-download the entire game. And prior to that, maybe I even have footage of this. Prior to that patch, when you played on PC, no, not really, doesn't show it. But prior to that, there was basically a little like loading bar up here on the top that said compiling shaders or building shaders or whatever it said. And it would do that, and it would run at like 5 FPS in this menu until that was done. And then once it was done, you could play the game and didn't have any drops. It still does that on Steam Deck. If you play on Steam Deck, it will like load the shaders when you boot in, kind of like with Hogwarts Legacy, how it builds the shaders, and then it plays fine. But after that update, that thing went away and it no longer built the shaders when you booted up. Now, maybe they built it in a way and this update made it so that wasn't necessary anymore. I don't know. But what I do know is that performance was way worse after that patch that got rid of that shader compiling thing. So hopefully with the day one patch, they can add it and figure it out. The other thing that maybe people didn't really experiment much with the difficulties, but I said this in my review, the difficulties are ridiculously balanced, like, and not in a good way, not like ridiculously well balanced. They're so poorly balanced, it's ridiculous. So there's Peaceful Atom, Local Malfunction, and Armageddon difficulties. Peaceful says, we are pleased to welcome you on an easy sightseeing tour of Facility 3826, comrades. Spectacular and dynamic battles with robots won't take too much effort or distract you from the narrative. Of course, you'll still have to fight, but only the plot will keep you on your toes. This is a lie. Even on Peaceful Atom, the game can get pretty difficult. They might balance it, they might patch it, and it might get better. But it's like really, really rough. You'll go from, this is a walk in the park, this is stupid easy, this is certainly a narrative difficulty. And then you'll move into the next room and you'll find a boss that can one-shot you. It's super inconsistent. Local Malfunction is the regular. And they said this is just supposed to be kind of challenging. And then Armageddon is real nightmares in store where you'll need experience, reaction speed, and skills to properly manage your resources to survive, save your bullets, and always keep one in reserve for yourself. And honestly, like, it's really, really inconsistent. Super inconsistent. So don't be ashamed if you feel the need to change your difficulty option. If you start on Armageddon and you want to lower it, don't be ashamed of that. If you start on regular and you want to bounce it down to the low one, don't be afraid. Don't be embarrassed, because this game can be extremely difficult if you are not careful.
Atomic Heart isn't an absolute avoid, get out of the way, this is a bad game. There's heart here. I gotta stop with these puns. There's love here.
He did have bushes and stuff in this. I guess I tuned them out because I was so distracted by the frame drops. But look at this frame drop when he starts healing. Look at this.
Get out of the way, this is a bad game. There's heart here. I gotta stop with these puns. There's love here.
Look
There's
at that.
care here. You can tell it was not a lazy effort. I just don't think they had time to balance things out. And I think a couple of patches will do this game some favors on the tech end, and maybe they'll enhance a couple of things in the terms of balancing. To me, $30, and I think you're okay. Anything above that right now around the launch
So Maddie has bush.
period, I would say just store your cash. The pickings are good. There's no reason for you to spend your time on an experience you may not enjoy. If I don't sit here and feel, as always, full-heartedly like I did with Dead Space Remake, for example, where I'm like, this rocks, go get it, versus this where I'm like, you might like a thing or two, but you could get really annoyed. Just wait. It's the safer purchase in my opinion. And if you have Game Pass and you're interested already, go give it a whirl. You can at least try it out there and see for yourself, which is the most important review of all. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, those are my thoughts on Atomic Heart. I'm curious to see your thoughts down.
Yeah, also not great. Not great impressions. It's just a bummer. Like, it's not easy to make these games, to be clear. It's not easy. It's very tricky. But games also, like, we're literally paying them to make good games. Like, it's funny because people will say, like, Luke, I think your expectations are out of whack. I think you're expecting too much from these companies to expect, like, polished games that are like that have compelling gameplay and stories and things. I'm like, I get that it's tough to do this stuff. Nobody's doubting that, but it's literally your job. Like, the job of these devs is to make this good. That's why we're paying them $70 a copy. And so if it's bad, I get it's hard to make it good, but that doesn't serve as an excuse. It's still bad. It's the same thing with the main character being like, oh, this is so boring in this mission. It's like, yeah, I'm glad you noticed. Why? Like, did you not? Like, yes, fix it. Like, just because it's bad doesn't mean that, you acknowledging it excuses it. It's ridiculous. With most stuff being $70 now, people willing to look at this stuff with a critical eye more than ever. Well, yeah, and especially like people are, this is going to be a tough economic year, I have no doubt, for a lot of people. And so understandably, people are going to start to be a little bit more cautious and careful with where they throw their money. And it's just sucky that it doesn't pull it off. 70 feels way worse than 60 somehow. Yeah, I think it's probably because it's just contextually it feels like corporate greed, even though, like, I've been saying for like 5 years, yeah, eventually they will raise prices because it only makes sense that they would raise prices. Inflation is a thing, and the average cost of a movie ticket has gone up in the last like 15, 20 years. So the average cost of video game sales will also go up. It's just part of reality. Money becomes worth less over time. But yeah, lol, I'm Canadian. We've been paying 80. Yeah, and if you're Australian with like Australian Monopoly money, you're probably paying like 300 for a game like this. Tough economic year. Meanwhile, Tesla stock is up 3% and Luke is making mad money. Oh, you better believe I dumped all Tesla stock a while ago. It's just like, it's bad. It's bad. Money has not become worth less, maybe to the 1%. No, like on paper, inflation devalues the currency. That's why, like, if you put like 10 grand into a savings account and then you sit on it for 10 years, what you can buy now is with that $10,000 in your savings account is going to be less than what you could have bought with that $10,000 10 years ago. It's not because of just like corporate greed, or maybe to some extent you could say that, but fundamentally it's because your money's worth less. Like that 10,000 isn't as valuable as it was 10 years ago. So it's devalued, and that's inflation. And that's something that's always been the case. You know, it's not news to anybody. It's just the reality. The sucky thing is that most people aren't getting pay raises to keep their income in line with inflation, which is the bigger problem. Because to everybody else, like if you're the 1%, then you're getting pay raises, and you're also investing your money so that you are making more than inflation, blah, blah, blah. But most people that are working like retail jobs or median income jobs and lower, they are not getting pay raises to keep their income in line with inflation. So for them, they're like, I'm making the same amount I was 10 years ago, but everything's more expensive now. And so it just sucks. You know, it just sucks. Everybody gets screwed. Manufactured inflation also exists. Oh yeah, no doubt. To some extent, like inflation is actually, and this is not a controversial thing, but like you talk to any economist and they'll agree, even on opposing sides, that sometimes inflation is a very useful economic tool. Sometimes you need inflation in order to cool down an economy, in order to keep it from going off the rails. And so sometimes you need strategically placed inflation in order to keep things in line. So that's not really scandalous. The old joke with economists, this is what one of my economics professors said. He came into class on like the first day. He's like, I have a joke for you. About economics and economists. We're like, okay, what is it? And he says, okay, what do you get when you put 10 economists in a room together? I don't know. 11 opinions. And it's because like economists are always going back and forth on what actually is the case. And this works, trickle down. Actually, we need trickle up, and as if trickle up is even a thing. Like we need all of this stuff. We got to figure it out. And everybody always has differing opinions. We took 2007 for granted when it comes to games. Yeah, I think so. Then again, in 5 years, we're probably going to look back at 2023 and be like, oh my God, do you remember when Hogwarts Legacy came out? Oh, that was so good. And then Atomic Heart, and then Starfield. It ended up being an anime dating sim. Who knew, right? Like, I think we're going to look back at 2023 and be very, very pleased. It's been a good year. The one year that was like really, really rough was like 2014. 2014, there was nothing. Let's see. Let's return to Doki Doki. Yeah, for real. Nobody needs to return to Doki Doki. Oh yeah, Lies of P got a new trailer. I have not actually watched this yet. I retweeted it, and I specifically did not watch it because I wanted to be surprised with you guys. And I know that's going to be crazy because I've been very excited for this game. I've been watching it closely, so we're going to see it. But however far you go into the future, Star Citizen will still be an alpha. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. This is open world dating space sim. You better. I mean, nobody's going to tell me that wouldn't sell well. That would sell very well. Excuse me, Luke, but Watch Dogs and Unity came out in 2014. A banner year. Yeah, sure did. However, 2014, I don't think anybody would say those games were received the best at the time. Don't think so. Wow.
A fool craves acceptance, and I am no fool. Let the masses chatter their empty praises. they're ignorant of the truth, blind to my vision. Is it not magnificent? This blessing for those who dare seize it. This key to a new paradigm, a new world. This moment to silence the fools forever. This is Ergo. Soon they'll praise me. If they dare speak at all.
August. I'm pretty, you know what? I'm into it. I'm into it. One of the things that I think, you know, my prediction for this would probably be kind of a similar reception to Atomic Heart. I think it probably will average out maybe like a 75 to 80 out of 100. And it'll be good, but not great. And that seems to be the case with most of these like AA games. Like they're good, but not great. And I've wondered if there should be like a different standard of like a different review scale basically for AA games versus AAA games. Cause like, it's not going to surprise anybody that Rockstar comes out and has an insane open world, right? Like you kind of expect it at this point. But of course, a team of 50 to 100 people can't do what the thousands of people working at Rockstar do with their next game, or what Bethesda does with their next game, or Ubisoft does with their next open world game. So it feels weird to me. Like there's two sides of it. For one, it feels weird to expect a smaller team on a lower budget to do the same thing that the big team with the big budget did. So it feels like there should be a different standard for grading the quality of their products, right? Like one is kind of like the mom and pop shop. One is Walmart and Target. The other argument would be that it doesn't matter who made it. They're still charging the same money for it. So if they're charging $70 for this and $70 for Elden Ring 2 or Armored Core 6 or whatever, then it doesn't matter that they're from different studios and different size teams, because the impact and cost to you is the same, right? And I can see both sides of it, because there's no such thing as indie, like an indie $70 or an indie $60. It's just $60 or it's just $70, whether it's AAA or whether it's AA. And so I think the standard should be that indie games should charge less. If the game is being made with a lower budget, then you don't charge as much, is the major thing. But the issue with that is that the only way these indie games can get made and be profitable is if they make the money back on their return with smaller sales volume. And the only way that they can do that is if they're charging more per copy. So it's just kind of a mess. You know, I agree, Jane Character. Bryce has set expectations, and it's like Internet Historian said in that Fallout. No, it was in the No Man's Sky video he did, where he said the biggest blunder they probably made is that they offered a collector's edition and a deluxe edition. And when people pay that higher price tag, they expect the AAA quality. And I can agree with that. Like, if you pay $70 for Atomic Heart, you're expecting something akin to another AAA, super polished, huge, whatever, game of that quality. And so if you don't get it, you're going to be like, well, what the hell? I just spent all that money. Come on. So I can understand it. I get that. I get that. I wonder how GTA 6 is going to turn out. Let's be real. Everything they've ever touched turns to gold. So I would assume it's probably going to be really good. We should still be skeptical of it. Like, we should still evaluate it critically. But like on that chart that we pull up to gauge the potential quality of something, the amount that we move further to the right towards the convinced to buy it side of the spectrum, the amount we'll move just by it coming from Rockstar is a lot, because coming from Rockstar is a big deal. Like, they always hit it bullseye. So there's good reason to think they'll do it again here. You know? So I think that's, you know, again, still be skeptical. Don't be crazy about it. But the past performance has been indicative of probably very good future performance. GTA 6 will be great. There's no way Rockstar would polish or would not polish the hell out of it. Yeah, well, and that's, you know, it's crazy that seems to be Rockstar and Naughty Dog are like the two most popular and well-known devs that have really made the idea very popular that if you want your game to be received super, super well, build something and take your time with it and then polish the ever-living shit out of it. And that's what they do. And it works. It works. And I would hope that more of these companies start to take them up on that and start to do the same thing. But then other companies like Rockstar, or not Rockstar, like you know, Ubisoft or Bethesda BGS, they don't even bother with it. They're like, oh, so it's super buggy? Whatever. People still buy it. And honestly, even if GTA 6, this is the crazy thing, even if GTA 6 were super buggy and broken, it still would sell ridiculously well. Like, let's be completely honest about this. It would still do super, super well. But they still choose to polish the crap out of it, which you got to hand it to them. I mean, that's big ups. Big ups. Because they could get away with not doing it, and the game would still make them ridiculous amounts of money. I mean, Hogwarts launched pretty buggy and pretty iffy. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I've run into a bug where if I go and try to finish a certain quest, which I don't know if I should say what it is because it might be a spoiler, so I'll play it safe. But if I try to finish this particular quest, it breaks the entire quest system. So I cannot take on a different quest. I cannot go and do literally anything else. I'm soft locked and can't progress. And I ran into this glitch last night after, however, like almost 2 weeks after launch. That's pretty bad. But the game still sold gangbusters. So the fact that Rockstar, you know, takes their steps to make sure that this stuff is polished is, you know, really high praise. Props to them. Hold on. Okay, this actually looks kind of funny. How have I never seen this before? Hold on. How have I never seen this before? Harry Potter with guns? Dude. How have I never seen this before? Dude, this is like a 2-year-old video. Why is it just now being recommended to me? I mean, I know why, because it's Hogwarts Legacy, and so this is probably seeing an explosion of popularity. But dude, oh, should I download the gun mod for Hogwarts Legacy? I don't even know how to do it, but we can figure it out.
Didn't think your mum and dad would leave you with nothing, though, did you?
Perhaps this. No, definitely not. No matter.
Oh, the gold one.
For example, Oculus repairing.
I'm sorry, it's so stupid. Oh, wow.
Holy crap. I can help you there. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks.
Give me that. Don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing. The swish and flick. Everyone.
Not Leviosa. You do it then if you're so clever. Go on, go on. Guardian Leviosa.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, if Hogwarts was in Texas, basically. Oh. Yeah, this is not easy to do. Somebody spent, like, a long time.
Wingardium Leviosa. You're sneaking out again, aren't you? No, listen. No, I won't let you. You'll get Gryffindor into trouble again. I'll fight you. Neville, I'm really, really sorry about this. You're a little scary sometimes.
You're a little
You
scary.
know that. Brilliant. Scary.
Just capped him. Oh.
Sulk in the sun, that's it! Devil Snare hates sunlight. Luma Solem! Ron, you okay? Yeah, okay.
The attention to detail having the shells.
It's for something in return.
Dude, whoever did this needs a raise. This is amazing. Like, they spent so much time cutting those things out, stitching them back on.
Gryffindor wins the House Cup.
Oh, dude. Oh, that's great. And then I get a warning from YouTube saying we've detected copyrighted audio and video. Oops. Sorry, YouTube overlords. Terribly sorry. Oh man. The part where she's like, I'm sorry to do this. Pop. And he just drops. Oh, wow. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, do you remember this? Dude, I'm getting recommended all the old school videos. Do you remember this? Potter Puppet Pals? Did you guys watch this way back when? $15 ago, it says this was uploaded.
What is that mysterious ticking noise?
2007.
Not over here, not over there. Kind of catchy.
Kind of catchy.
Snape, Snape, Severus Snape, 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 Severus Snape.
Dumbledore.
Snape. Severus Snape.
Dumbledore.
Snape. Severus Snape.
Dumbledore.
Snape. Severus Snape.
Dumbledore.
Snape. Severus Snape. Snape.
The height of YouTube.
Snape.
Hermione.
Severus Snape.
Dumbledore.
Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Severus
Harry Potter.
Snape.
Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. That's me.
Snape.
Harry.
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 Dumbledore. Hermione.
Snape.
Harry Potter. I'm Harry Potter. I'm Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Singing our song all day long at Hogwarts.
I found the source of the ticking. It's a pipe bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Voldemort, Voldemort, ooh, Voldemort.
This video has 200 million views. This was like the giga viral video at the time. Like, YouTube was just different back then, dude. You remember, like, all of these videos, every major YouTuber, all they would do is these like 2-minute skits. These super short 2-minute little skits, and YouTube would pump them out on the front of the YouTube watch page. They'd be everywhere. Oh man, those were the days. Every video had a thumbnail. Like this would have been, okay, I don't think this one, but videos like this would have thumbnails of just like cleavage, and that was just the thumbnail. Had nothing to do with the video, but because YouTube was like, yeah, that's good, whatever. It would get clicks, so then the videos would go viral, having nothing to do with anything. Oh man, Isaiah, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. Yeah, man, these were the days. Those were the days. I don't know. Now, like, the joke is, yeah, YouTube's dead. YouTube's terrible. I mean, we do have a lot of cool stuff on YouTube now. We'll be fair. There is a lot of cool stuff there, but, yeah, that was something else. Those were the days. Those were the days. Let's see, what else is there? Oh, did you guys watch the new episode of The Last of Us? Did you spot Dina? I'm pretty sure it's Dina. I think they put her in there. I was telling Nikki, I was like, I think it's Dina in the, like, she peeks out from behind a corner at one point. And, like, I think it's Dina. It might be Kat. Kat's the one
Isaiah
that...
Avila donated $5
Thank you
through
again.
Super Chat.
I thought maybe it could be Kat, who's like Ellie's first girlfriend that gave her the tattoo. But I don't think they're gonna put Kat in the show. I mean, maybe they'll pull from that, but I don't think they need to. Like, I think it's just too much to shove into the story. Let's see. Oh, and did you guys ever hear about the whole section that they wrote in the game about Joel having a girlfriend? Did you ever hear that? Here, Jay, we can turn this into a stream highlight too, because people might not be aware of this. But basically, for The Last of Us Part 2, one of the things that makes Naughty Dog so unique and so special is that they will have like a really cool section of the game, and they'll just cut it. They'll just cut it all because they, I guess, just decide that it's not working. And one of the things that they originally had in The Last of Us Part 2 that got cut was that Joel was actually going to have a whole segment where he has basically a girlfriend, somebody that he's close to. And they ended up just cutting her from the game entirely because they just didn't think it worked, and they felt like it was going to be too much to ask the player to fall in love with or to care about so many new characters all at once. They're like, let's just keep it lean. Let's just keep it lean. So what this is specifically is, this is reported by Den of Geek, but it's based on some interviews that happened. Druckmann and Gross, the two lead writers for The Last of Us Part 2, they said, quote, for more than 50% of the production, The Last of Us Part 2 had a much different, much darker ending. Originally, the game also sent Ellie on a mission to the Seraphite Island, but the level was eventually cut because, quote, it didn't move her story along narratively, end quote, according to Gross in a new interview with the Washington Post about the content that didn't make it into the final game. This, I think, is why it feels so kind of abrupt. You'll be playing with Ellie. You get to the aquarium and then the game just kind of pauses for her. It just kind of stops. I think that's, this is why I think it does just come out of nowhere. Let's see. There we go. We have them stacked. So I think that's it. But the biggest cut of all may have been one that allowed players to meet Joel's long-distance girlfriend, Esther, who, in an earlier version of the story, lived, quote, in a town 2 hours away from Jackson. Joel. According to the news outlet, we would have met Esther in a flashback, quote, roughly 6 or 7 hours into the game, end quote. It was an earlier version of the flashback in the game where Tommy teaches Ellie how to use the sniper rifle and Joel and Ellie go searching for strings for her guitar. So essentially they would have, what they ended up replacing it with, this was originally you were going to ride to check on Esther, but instead they swapped it out for you going and helping Ellie replace the strings on her guitar. And then it's like this little like tidbit where they anyway, well, moving on. Let's see, quote, I think she lived out by the dams, by the electric dams, and they kind of had a commuter relationship, and Joel and Ellie were headed out there and saw that the building had been taken over by infected, Gross said, of Joel's ill-fated relationship with Esther, who would have died in the flashback. When Joel and Ellie found Esther in the flashback, they would have discovered she had been bitten and, quote, knew she was going to die, end quote. Joel would have asked Ellie to quickly fetch water from a nearby river, and when Ellie reached the river, she would have heard a gunshot. And you don't know whether Esther killed herself or if Joel put a bullet in her head, but you know that this was going to happen. The two adults were making a decision, and they were going to try and protect Ellie from it as much as they could. The event would have triggered a conversation between Joel and Ellie that would have addressed the elephant in the room, how Ellie's immunity and the cure the Fireflies had hoped to develop from the cordyceps fungus in her brain, a procedure that would have killed her in the first game, could have saved people like Esther, but this scene wasn't meant to be. They go on, the reason it got scrapped was because we just didn't have the time to establish Esther. She said, noting that players wouldn't have spent enough time with Esther to make her death really resonate. That said, some traces of Joel's history with Esther remained in the game until the very late stages before it was cut. Even up until towards the end of the game, we had like a love letter from Esther in his house. Esther was actually first introduced during a live performance of some of the scenes from The Last of Us called One Night Live, featuring Troy Baker as Joel, Ashley Johnson as Ellie, and the performance included a never-before-seen epilogue to the first game. It's almost exactly like the scene you see at the start of the sequel where Joel plays his guitar for Ellie. The original scene mentioned Esther, though. And if you've never seen this, you should look it up. But it's basically like... It's a little weird. They reenact scenes from the game, but it's the voice actors playing it.
Funny articles, but
it's a little weird.
You're gonna stay here.
so stupid. We would have more of a fucking chance if you just let me help.
I am.
But it's fun. It's fun. My entire YouTube algorithm is just Harry Potter now. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, it's probably worse things it could be. But thank you for the 2. Yeah, it's a little weird. Like, it's kind of stilted and like it's a little weird, but it's cool. There's really good music, and they play this through, and you get to see these scenes with characters, even like this epilogue scene where you get to see stuff that wasn't originally there. Wonder if this is it.
Can't go. I wasn't alone.
I can't go full screen. Sorry.
My best friend was there, and
spoilers, Ellie.
Honey, none of that is on you.
no, that's... You don't understand.
I struggled for a long time with surviving. And no matter what, you keep finding some...
Just swear to me.
What?
Swear to me that everything you said about the Fireflies is true.
I swear.
Liar! And then... Sorry, Gustavo.
The sheer talent of...
Oh, Jeff. Jeff's always there. God. Leave me alone, Jeff. Leave me alone. Okay, well, I don't know where it is then, because it said it was in this clip and it's not, so I don't know what the deal is. But you should go check this out if you haven't seen it before. It's a decent hour of your time. But anyway, apparently they mentioned Esther in part of that I don't see. But Esther was not the only love interest who didn't appear in the game. This is what I was talking about, where it might be Dina in that episode, 6 of The Last of Us Season 1. Or it might be Kat. More likely it's Dina. But the reason it might be Kat is because Ellie mentions Kat in flashbacks and in her journal in The Last of Us Part 2. Kat is not only the woman who gave Ellie her tattoos, but her girlfriend at one point. One journal entry in the game describes how scared Ellie is of infecting Kat with the cordyceps fungus after they kiss for the first time. The game also includes a photo of Kat that you can find. Originally, players would have met Kat during the dance scene at the end of the game. Gross revealed that players would have had the option to have a sassy conversation with Kat before Ellie has her first kiss with Dina. Quote, "It was another thing that we cut because it wasn't progressing anything. It was just like, again, really cool world building, but that kissing scene also bounced around through the game a lot. We used it to open the whole thing with Ellie and Joel at the dance." So it makes sense why they trimmed it. Clocking in at about 30 hours, The Last of Us Part 2 story is a very long experience, so it's not surprising that not all scenes or characters written or filmed for it made the final product. Fortunately, we'll have the next few years to learn more about what could have been. So there's just tons of stuff like this, where they had whole plot points and branching narratives and like options for conversations, all this stuff that they just cut, because it just wasn't pacing properly. They just didn't feel like it worked. And that's the difference between, you know, a Naughty Dog and one of these other studios, is that Naughty Dog will cut it, whereas a lot of other companies would just keep it, because they're like, well, we don't want to cut this thing that's been like really it helps the gameplay time. It makes the game longer. We don't want to cut that. We don't want to do that. But Naughty Dog will, just because it doesn't really add anything. So like, if it doesn't add anything, then just get rid of it. The game's long enough. It's pretty cool. I do think that like remnants of these cuts can be seen and felt. Like, I still insist, like I said, that Ellie, her first half of the Last of Us Part 2 comes to an end very abruptly. And apparently it's because there was going to be a whole section where they got back and then go to the Seraphied Island at the same time Abby's going. But, you know, it's just... It is what it is. It is what it is. But I'll tell us. I think it still plays decently well. Should I... Let's see. Have I seen the Tetris movie trailer? I don't think so. Crimson. Should I buy Atomic Heart on PS5? I don't know. I would look at reviews specifically played on the PS5 because I thought Maddie was playing on an Xbox and he was playing on PC as well, and he had horrible frame drops, like real bad frame drops. So I would say probably investigate it. I didn't play it on PS5, so I don't know, but I would be cautious because it sounds like it's pretty broken. Sounds like it. Let's see. Oh, we were going to check out that fantastic thing. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. So, real quick recap. Okay. We were going to do this on Friday. But we ran out of time. So we'll do it now. And then we'll talk about the Quantic Dream news. The guys behind a lot of games, but most notably like Detroit Become Human and Heavy Rain and those games. Something happened with them that we're going to talk about, okay? But first, you guys will remember we've talked a good amount, and Jacob, this could be a stream clip, so we could cut this here. But you guys will remember we've been keeping up with The Day Before. The Day Before is like this sort of zombie MMO game allegedly that's coming, but it's been very weird because time and time again, every chance they have to demonstrate that for one, the game exists, and two, it's going to be worth buying and playing, they screw it up. They show stilted gameplay sequences that don't seem to look real or running in real time. It just seems really odd. And then they'll show segments where they say, this is a section of the game that we've had for a while, and we just decided to show it to you. And then people dig into it, and the assets used in that section of the game are from publicly available, purchasable packs of assets, which is normal. But these packs were available for sale starting in December, meaning that they got them since December. So this has been something they've thrown together in the last 2 months. Really concerning and weird, right? And time and again, they keep making things weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder. They decided to post a dev vlog to try and prove that their studio is real. Now, here's the thing. If you are ever trying to make a product or sell something, and you are having to spend time working on like videos to prove that your company exists and has actual employees, something's gone horribly wrong. And in this case, something has gone horribly wrong. If The Day Before is an actual game that's real and legitimate, they have so thoroughly screwed up their marketing campaign that it's like honestly laughable. The fact that people are more convinced now that the game is fake and the company has volunteers and not actual employees and all this. It's very strange. And so but I mean, then again, it could be a real game and they want to prove that it's a real game. So they posted this dev vlog where they're going to show us some developers and prove to us that this is a real company. They are real employees and they are working on the game and they will have something to show us soon. Let's see if they can win us over.
Hi everyone, my name is Dana, and today we want to continue shedding light on the development process of The Day Before, our open-world MMO survival game set in a deadly post-pandemic America of a run of flesh-hungry infected. It's one of the most anticipated games in the world. In this video, we will show you how we started the development of The Day.
To be clear, it's one of the most wish-listed games. I still don't really know how. At this point, I'd be more worried, or I'd be more likely to believe that this was like wish listed by bot accounts. I just don't know what people are seeing here. But more generally, this is one of the most widely mocked games in the world right now because it doesn't seem to be real. But let's see.
Before, all down from the beginning. There will be a lot of interesting materials to see, so make yourself comfortable and let's start. The development process of The Day Before started at the beginning of 2019. At the time, the game looked so...
I know TDB is supposed to be The Day Before, but I keep like misreading it as TBD. like the day or to be determined. And I know that's not what it says, but I guess my possibly dyslexic brain just has a brain fart every time I see it. And so I'm like, so like they don't know what this is? Like it breaks my brain.
So different that if you saw it today, you wouldn't be able to tell that this was actually the day before. The game had stylized, cartoonish graphics and handmade animations. The most distinctive feature of the day before back then was a winter setting with lots of snow, from which we gradually moved away. But even...
That's cool, though. That's cool. You're able to drive into buildings, kind of cartoony. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah, it's Fortnite-y. But like, it doesn't look bad. And the snow setting, the snow deformation stuff, I could see being fun. I don't know. But I mean, this is cool. They're showing what it used to look like and that they're making progress and it's changed. Okay. I'm not opposed to it. Yeah, so they have done previous stuff. Well, so this is one of those things where I've said it's important to be skeptical of Atomic Heart. It's important to be skeptical of this, of all of these games that come from developers with more iffy histories than something like a Rockstar, you know. And with like Atomic Heart, the company literally has never put out a game before. So it's worth being a little skeptical of. I think that makes a lot of sense. As for this game, these devs have made stuff before. They've put out games, but their history has been that they've put out games that they abandon within like a month or two. Even though they're online games, they abandon them, shut them down after trying to sell it to people, and they just move on to the next thing. And that's also very, very concerning. Yes, they've put games out before, but their history is that when something doesn't really click, they abandon it very quickly, which when you're trying to sell people on an MMO that they are supposed to spend like thousands of hours in, that's not super comforting, right? Like, yeah, so commit yourself to this game, pour hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into it, and we promise we won't shut the doors if the player numbers drop, even though that's what we've done literally every single time before. So there's reason to be concerned about these devs, first and foremost. Some of the other stuff we've seen with their inconsistency, with messaging, with the fact that they forgot to trademark the game's name until like 5 weeks before the launch was supposed to happen. That's really weird because, again, remember their initial thought or their initial claim when they delayed the game in January was that the only reason they were doing it was because the game's name had been copyrighted by somebody else because they forgot to do it, basically. Already a huge concerning thing because this is allegedly like a multi-million-dollar production, and the fact that they forgot to do that shows major red flags in terms of competency. Like, I'm not a game dev. I've never worked in a game development studio, and I could have told you, like, day one, what's our game's name going to be? Okay, let's trademark that now so that we're good by the time the game comes out. And they didn't do it. Yeah, lawyer fees can be high. Yeah. Well, again, so I don't fully believe that, like, well, the whole thing's confusing. I believe at this point that they just don't know what they're doing. And so it kind of makes sense that maybe they forgot to copyright it and they just didn't think about it. I wouldn't put it past them because we've seen a lot of other broad incompetence. But their claim was, at that point, that that's why the game was delayed. They were saying effectively, the game is ready for launch in 5 weeks. We just have to delay it because of this copyright thing. It's really unfortunate, but you know, the game's basically done. We just have to delay it because of this legal thing. And then after that, they show us a gameplay segment that was made in the last 2 months because the assets used in it were available for sale starting in December. So it was not like, are you telling me you threw these levels together that close to launch? That's weird. I mean, it can happen, sure, but I would hope that there'd be a little bit more refinement and polish, but whatever. What assets, like a collection of trucks and vehicles and houses, specifically like the houses you explore in that gameplay thing that they showed, like maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. All of those houses were available in a pack of houses that were modeled, and it's not crazy. It's not like scandalous to have houses like that, you know, available for purchase and to put them in your game as a purchased asset. That happens a lot, but it's very concerning that that was done in the last 2 months. Meanwhile, they're saying the game is basically done already. So very, very weird. Oh no, I knocked it over. It rolled further back. Yeah, big ol' fat, juicy, girthy red flag.
From which we gradually moved away. But even then, we already had the foundation of our survival game. Your character had core stats such as hunger and energy, and you were able to loot every building on your way.
Honestly, the destructible fences and walls and gates and stuff, I actually really like. That could be fascinating, like you're running away from infected and the big brutes could push through it. That's cool.
Such as hunger and energy, and you were able to loot every building on your way, find and drive cars, deal with zombies, and interact with other players. This vision inspired us then and still inspires us to this day. But in 2020 came a moment when we decided to overcome ourselves and raise our standards, so that the day before was not only our dream project, but also a game that could win a place in the hearts of as many other people as possible.
See, now they're showing actual player names above them. This is something people were worried about. The trailers that they've shown recently haven't had any of this. Like they have zero UI or very, very minimalistic UI that makes it look like it's not actually running online with multiple players.
After this decision, we at Fantastic made a real internal breakthrough and totally transformed the day before. Thanks to the creative freedom that our publisher Moitona has given us, we were able to implement such a massive change to the day before as revamping the whole game's graphic style. In the course of 2020, our team made a massive effort to remake all visual parts of the game, including animations, sound and lighting design from scratch to make it more grounded and realistic. And it was the first time when we decided to enrich our game world by going beyond initial small settlements and making a big city with skyscrapers to explore. We knew that it was a very high goal that we considered unattainable, but without that risk, our dream was doomed to remain just a fantasy.
Real quick,
unattainable.
I love that the hotel's name is Milton instead of Hilton. I love that. That's great. A bold move. A bold move to completely change the art style. Mayhaps it was not the best choice. But I mean, then again, people have been allegedly very, very excited for this. So maybe, I guess it worked. I guess. I kind of preferred the more cartoony style, but then again, it looked like they had more game systems working in the cartoony style than in this style. But I guess if the game sucks, at least you could go and watch The Spirit of the Opera.
But without that risk, our dream was doomed to remain just a fantasy. At the same time, our team was constantly growing in numbers. We gained a lot of new experience, created additional departments, and even put together a small team to use our expertise in stylization and start developing Prop Night, which significantly increased our level of professionalism and allowed us at Fantastic to transform from a small local team into an international organization with a great vision and culture of volunteering. At first, we were still trying to preserve some glimpse of the stylized look, which you have partly seen in our first announcement with the great vision and culture of volunteering.
What the hell does that mean? A culture of volunteering? I seriously don't know what that means. What is that supposed to mean? Are they saying that, like, yeah, we put together an international team with a culture of people working for free? Unpaid interns? Yeah. That's a really weird thing to toss in there. That's really, really weird. Like, if we take it on its, like, the thing, I don't know what a culture of volunteering is. If she says, yeah, we have a great team that's been volunteering. Okay, that's weird. Your employees are not employees. Your game is being made by volunteers. What? Okay. That's odd. But then she just says it? Possible mistranslation? I don't know. She works on their team. She's one of their employees. And she's like their marketing person, whatever. We're at 246. Her role is fantastic communications
on the development
team member. And she sounds extremely fluent in English. I don't think that this is a mistranslation. I think she knows what that means. That's really weird. I've never heard a company describe their company as a culture of volunteers. Like if my boss, or if I were interviewing at a job and my boss said, yeah, we want to have a culture of volunteering. You know what that tells me as a potential employee? We're going to ask you to do a lot of stuff and not pay you. It sounds like a culture of volunteering if we turn the subtitle off. That's what it sounds like. That's why I went back and turned the subtitles on.
International organization with a great vision and culture of volunteering.
And culture of volunteering. And you also notice in here, the text is properly capitalized and then has commas and punctuation. YouTube's auto-generated subtitles almost never have that. Yeah, they've gone in here and they've added these. These are not auto-generated subtitles. English auto-generated and cultural volunteering. So even the auto-generated ones think that that's what it is, but these are hand-typed. So this isn't a mistranslation, I don't think. So that's weird. That's very weird. Okay.
At first, we were still trying to preserve some glimpse of the stylized look, which you have partly seen in our first announcement trailer, especially in the character's design, which was again completely changed as of today. But that release of the announcement trailer was a defining moment when we realized that the game was not only our dream, it became a dream of many people around the world. And ever since, we were not alone in our journey. Your tremendous support fueled our determination toward our shared dream to this day. We even have volunteers who have been helping us with our Discord server and Steam page ever since. Throughout the course of the development process, our standards are constantly getting higher. Changes have taken over all of our characters, including all their clothing and equipment.
So she's tossing in, again, volunteers. This time with like Discord mods. I don't have a problem with like mods being volunteers. You know, our mods here on the stream and on the Discord are technically volunteers. So of course I don't have a problem with people volunteering to support and help something that they're passionate about and excited for. That's fine. But when she keeps doubling down on like volunteering, it makes me worried. Let's see, Miss Gandia or Grandia. Luke doesn't know, which is fair. The CCP will have people practice an English statement over and over and over again, so they sound fluent even if they're not. This is classic CCP American pandering. OMG. I mean, maybe, but like either way, they still typed it out. Like these subtitles, the YouTube channel owner has to either specifically allow people, as basically giving them the role of an editor, to go in and change these subtitles, or they can open it up to everybody to submit and contribute to subtitles. But that's something they have to choose to do. You have to open that up. So like either way, it was typed out. Now, if the argument's going to be that this is a mistranslation with the volunteer thing, then okay. But are these other translations or other languages also going to reflect the word volunteer? Well, the equivalent of the word volunteer? I would guess probably. Because they're using it repeatedly. And I mean, what's the other, like volunteer is pretty straightforward. What's the mistranslation of volunteer? Underpaid worker? Like students who don't get paid. Like, employees are employees. I don't know how you mistranslate employees as volunteers. I really don't know how you do that. But they toss it in again, you know, saying we have this team of volunteers, which is fine. But it's starting to sound more and more like a huge element of this process and production is people that are not being compensated for this, which is just concerning because it's like, okay, well, is this a real company? Why not have like the game's director come on video and be like, yeah, I'm the guy that's directing this, or the girl that's directing this, and you just put the translated subtitles on. I don't care how socially awkward they are. Hidetaka Miyazaki is incredibly socially awkward. He's very, very like shy and quiet, but he goes up there and he'll talk about stuff and people love him to death. So I don't care how socially awkward the guy is. Yeah, because he doesn't exist, Luke? Yeah, that's probably why. I'm just like, I don't get why you wouldn't just show the team. Show somebody who's in a direct position of leadership within the game studio and just show it. Like, have them explain it.
To this day, we even have volunteers who have been helping us with our Discord server and Steam page ever since.
And one funny thing is when they announced the delay because of the trademark thing, some of these volunteers on the Discord server went viral because they posted to the Discord server, I'm starting to worry this game isn't real because none of the mods have even seen unedited gameplay. So we're starting to get worried. Like, even these volunteers started to get really concerned about it.
Throughout the course of the development process, our standards are constantly getting higher. Changes have taken over all of our characters, including all their clothing and equipment, such as weapons and attachments, and all of our zombies, with both sides receiving a female version with another sets of animations that are now entirely recorded using motion capture. We needed to make our characters and zombies as human-like as possible, so we added a lot of additional and transitional animations, especially for the zombies, which have also received a realistic body dismemberment system. Besides the characters, we've also redesigned our vehicles and increased their number, because to this day the player's car remains a core aspect of the game. And of course, we've changed and
Did you hear the audio cut out? The audio track ran out, and instead of blending them together, they just kept the gap.
Yes, we've also redesigned our vehicles and increased their number, because to this day the player's car remains a core aspect of the game. And of course, we've changed and retextured hundreds of our buildings and nature and environment assets to reach the highest level of quality. Constant modification and improvement have affected other essential parts of the game, such as zombie AI, character control and shooting system, and many others. At the same time, a lot of work has been done to implement and improve other game mechanics. For example, character customization, trade system, quests, and the World Hub location, where other players can meet and trade. And of course, we did a massive job on the multiplayer part of the game, because everything we have listed so far should have worked without any issues on one game server.
Source? Trust me, bro.
Each new stage of development worked.
Everything we have in the game should work without any problems. It shouldn't be a should. It should be it will. Like, imagine like Steve Jobs getting out on stage, or like a Todd Howard getting up on stage, and he's like, you see all of this amazing detail, all of these systems, they should work. Instead of it just works, it should work. It's just amazing. I love it.
Job on the multiplayer part of the game, because everything we have listed so far should have worked.
No, not you can climb that. You should be able to climb that. You see the mountain. You should be able to climb that. You see that boss. You should be able to fight him. Oh, golly.
Without any issues on one game server. Each new stage of development comes with its own challenges such as graphical optimization or the transition to Unreal Engine 5. But our team, as always, is not afraid of difficulties and constantly moves forward. All in all, we've been creating The Day Before for 4 years. It's been a long and exciting journey, and we believe that after the game's release, we'll give people faith that in this life, if you persevere toward a dream, it will come true despite all the obstacles and doubts in your path. Until then, we will continue doing our best to finalize the game and release it on the 10th of November. We're using the month we have to make The Day Before exactly the way we've always imagined it to be. During this time, we will give you more information about the game and its mechanics, such as a World Hub.
Okay, World Hub. This is what people were actually asking for. Like, when people say we want actual gameplay footage and stuff, show us that. This is what we've been hoping for and wanting. So, like, this is good. Okay, multiple players, World Hub, okay.
Quests, base building, character customization, player interaction, and so on. So stay tuned.
Okay. Like, these things, if they actually show this, I'm okay with this. Like, my point with all of this has just been, like, either the game doesn't exist, and it's like they're throwing this together in real time trying to save it, or they have just one of the worst approaches to marketing materials and communicating what their game is that I've seen in a long time. Just totally incompetent. Like, to the fact where they've convinced people that their game doesn't exist. If the game actually does exist and it has pretty solid mechanics and a functioning world and all this stuff, if it actually is decent, like a 7 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10, then just think of how horrible their marketing team is that they've managed to convince the world that that thing doesn't even exist. Because that seems to be the general consensus. It's unreal. Like, it's crazy how terrible they've managed this. So hopefully until November, they come out and they can continue showing stuff like this stuff they're saying they'll show and convince us and be like, no, look, so you talk with these players, you'll get quests that you need to complete. That's one of the things you do. Remember, I've said that, like, one of my questions is what the hell you do in this game. It's just not really clear. And all this stuff, like, it's just not clear. But this could be a first step towards that, and I'd be happy to be convinced. But they're gonna have to do a good amount of work.
Sophie Ward donated £19.99 through Super Chat.
Oh, geez, thank
you.
you.
To go towards the Jack and Rose minifigures for Titanic. You're welcome, smiley face.
Thank you, Sophie. That's very, very generous. You didn't have to do that. And yes, Sophie sent me. She found a like 2 Lego minifigures that are Jack and Rose from Titanic, and she's like, you should get them for the Titanic set for the ship and put them on the ship together. And I was like, ooh, we totally could do that. And so that's what that's a reference to. So now I have to do it. Now I have to get them. So thank you, my friend. That's wonderful. Let's see. Luke, joke's on you. That was their plan the whole time. Yeah, maybe. Like, what I've been saying is skepticism is not about just being the cynical prick that knocks stuff down because it's kind of fun to knock stuff down. Skepticism is about not being convinced until there's adequate evidence to be convinced of that thing. In this case, if they come out and they present evidence that this game is actually real and good and worth playing, I'm down. I'll be convinced it's good and real, and I'll be down to play it, and I'll be excited about it. But until that point, I'm unconvinced. And in fact, in this case, there's a lot of evidence that points pretty negatively towards this game being a pile of steaming garbage. But if they present new evidence that changes that formula, then I'm down. Character customization, that's good. Dialogue with characters, call me Ed. If you want to survive, come to me. I have a wide range of weapons and stories.
And so on. So stay tuned. Thank you.
I'm down. But they have to win me over. Like, I don't start convinced. And this stuff, yeah, they're showing progress. This is their attempt to be like, listen, we've been working on this. It's not just been like something we were throwing together. We've been working on this for a while. Which, sure. Like, they clearly had a version of the game running when they announced it. And then they had a version of it running in these latest scenes. The concern is whether or not the actual body of the map and the world is actually done and ready to go. And no matter which way you spin it, they have lied. They said that they were delaying it because they ran into this copyright dispute. Okay. But then they come out and they say to IGN later, well, we were always planning on delaying it. This just happened to line up. So they withheld the truth of the reality of the situation to try and make it look like, oh, it's not our fault. We were going to put it out. We're the good guys. It's just the whole thing is really, really, really weird. Really weird. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep following it piece by piece. I would love it if this game ended up being like one of the greatest comebacks ever. Like all of a sudden, everybody is convinced by the end of this that it's actually real and it looks really, really good. That would be awesome. I would love to have a new game to obsessively play. And that's something I think people maybe don't buy or don't believe. Like, no, you just want to hate on it. No, I would love to have a new game that's my obsession, that's really good. I would love to have a new multiplayer game that I can just get lost in. But I'm not going to like lie to myself or pretend that the game's actually really good when it looks terrible. I'm just not going to lie to myself like that. I'm not going to do it. So, yeah, I mean, I'll hopefully I'll be convinced and they'll win me over. As of right now, I'm not sure if that will happen, but we shall see shortly. Luke's gaming obsession is being skeptical over unreleased games. Yeah, it's a passion. It's a passion for sure. It is a passion. Let's see. It looks like a PUBG mod. Yeah, kind of. Did I enjoy Atomic Heart or Callisto Protocol more? That's a good question. Honestly, they're very, very close to me. Or for me. Maybe, I don't know, they're just different. Like, Atomic Heart is fun in spurts, and then it just has these stretches that are just mind-numbingly boring. And the whole thing is really, really clunky, but it has some really, really cool high production set pieces. Callisto Protocol I thought was fun, but it's also like, it was really, really buggy. If I were playing it now, like, let's just say if both games are patched and working well, if we just start from there, and then let's also say they're both on Game Pass, so they're not additional costs. They're just, you just have them. And what then would I boot up first? Honestly, if I'm looking for fun, probably Callisto Protocol, if I'm being real. Just the combat difficulty is so inconsistent in Atomic Heart, it's actually like kind of infuriating to play at times. We're like, the last room was easy, and now this room is god-awful? Like, what is the deal? It kind of goes back and forth. But, I mean, they're close. They're close. They're very close. Have I watched ACG's review of Atomic Hearts? I have not. Is it worth watching? We went through Maddie's. I know he always does really, really good reviews. So I know that I'm sure it's great, but if it's going to be more of what we've already seen, then I don't really want to dwell on it again. You know, he likes it. He likes it more than most. I wonder if I mean, we can look at it. I'm glad he enjoyed it. Like, you know, no shame over liking that, but it's, yeah, I really was quite taken aback by it. Here, Jacob, we can splice this into the earlier section when we were talking about Atomic Heart. We'll just cut this and pop it into there. Didn't he play on PS5? It looks like PC.
Atomic Heart is an occasionally frustrating, often enticing, frequently surprising, but consistently interesting dive into what would happen if a non-Western developer attempted their own BioShock. And to me, it's one of the most enjoyable, weird, and oddly fun games this year. Thanks to Focus for early review code. Subscribe if you want a chance to win the game. The first 1,000 comments will be the first 1,000 comments. Atomic Heart wears its inspirations, namely BioShock, Prey, and other immersive sim games, on its shoulder, or as an entire coat, depending on what part of the game you're playing. Where the subtlety of...
I touch on this in my review. I kid you not. Towards the end of the game, I couldn't play it in the review because it's after the threshold that they said counts as spoilers, even though they show a section from that moment in the game in the trailer for the game. So it's like, if it was a spoiler, why did you share it? But anyway, but in this particular moment, there's a moment where, I kid you not, a new area is kind of like revealed and shown to the player. You don't get to explore it, but it's just shown to you. And the character says, "It's a rapture." And then, I kid you not, the exact same music, chords, and like little whatever scale is played as when you first see Rapture in the original BioShock. When the water comes and then the squid goes by and you see the whales swimming by. Super iconic. When I heard it, I like kind of snapped out and I was like, oh my God, it's Rapture in BioShock. But no, it's in here. So there's moments where they like straight note for note do the BioShock little tune to bring you and be like, yes, we know this is what inspired it. We're not going to pretend like it didn't. Yes. Like they just straight up presented as just about as clear as you possibly could do it, which is, kind of crazy. It took me back, but
BioShock
right.
was the descent into one man's madness at trying to achieve the perfect utopia, and then in Infinite, the misleading theatrics and even dismantling of a utopia. That isn't Atomic Heart. It does the same thing, but from a very different standpoint. And trust me, a standpoint where the utopia isn't even close to what a lot of Western audiences may think it is. It's an alternative history Russia. A scientist creates a material that basically puts Russia on the forefront and on the fast track for discovery and labor, robotics, energy, and technology. On the eve of the newest technological invention, everything goes haywire, and it's up to you, P3, a war veteran, to go in and clean up the mess and figure out what's happened. Atomic Heart plays not only with the alternative reality, but AI minds, the idea that more mundane technologies might split off into their own tech tree, like a 4X game, and yet still hit the same benchmarks, offering a different style of the internet and artificial intelligence and neurominds in the form of the Collective 2.0. Mixing man and machine, but the man is usually lost to the machine. Now, the reflection of communism, the thoughts of the individual being less important than the group already, means that P3 sees the loss and the progress for the entire worldview and not one individual person, which is usually the cornerstone of many of these stories, and makes you feel the difference right away. There's a provocative thought experiment when playing this game, both narratively and in the demonstration, in these dual moments, hitting you here or there with one-liners, secondary comments, and environmental audio to show you where the world is and what some massive moment in the world might mean to you later on, but might also mean to the entire nation. And that heaviness absolutely helps. That connection that you have, even though it would appear you don't have it, is one of the best parts of the game. And the game design stretches those moments of wonder, explorations, just a bit longer than audiences are probably accustomed to. The intro to this world, for instance, and the next intro, and then the third intro are profoundly beautiful, easily.
Yeah. No, they really are. And then the game gets horrible for like an hour and a half. I also will say, in this first 2.5 minutes, he's shown like, I think 3 clips that I would have classified as spoilers. Or as like too late in the game, or big reveals that I wouldn't have shown off. Maybe I'm just too like, I'm too anal about it. Maybe I'm like too stressed about showing stuff that people shouldn't see before they've played it. Maybe I'm the problem.
In many ways equal to the moments of first seeing Rapture, but they're intros, the introductions, they happen at a different directed pace, perhaps more on rails when we see it in other games. Here, a little bit more freeform, even in the way that the camera's used. Atomic Heart lets these moments sink in as you listen to Russian radio during your descent into the world. But at exactly that same time, the story is rising up around you. and the two meet exactly at the last moment of the cutscene. This dichotomy and then a symmetry and joining that isn't lost on even the most jaded gamer like me. I can't easily explain that full opening. You'll have to see it for yourself, how much it can get your mind going. It reminds me of some of the better games openings that we've seen. Like the best fictions, though, portraying alternative realities, the transparency in which we experience our own worlds still slightly colors the experiences in the games.
I will say, I mean, I hope he touches on the moments right after this, because it gets really, really weird. We know you're the problem, Luke, but you're our problem. You're damn right I am. Hell yeah. Yeah. Why did I choose to stream on YouTube instead of Twitch? Well, we streamed on Twitch for a little while. For one, Twitch is super toxic, and it's basically slowly transforming into a softcore porn site, which I love, but it's just not a place where my type of content is probably going to thrive. Secondly, I will admit I felt a little disrespected that I had met this threshold for like the partner application. They sent me the application documents. I filled out the application, and then they say, we'll be in touch in, I think they said 5 to 7 days or 5 to 10 days. We waited 2.5 months. No word. We tried streaming on YouTube, and then all of a sudden, the week that we're streaming on YouTube for the first time, I get word back that my partnership application has been accepted, which is funny because I may be one of the first Twitch streamers to make partner while not streaming on Twitch, which I find really, really funny. Thirdly, the other thing was that we were streaming on YouTube, and people in general greatly prefer, as far as I can tell, the viewing experience on YouTube. You're able to pause the video here. You're able to rewind. If you start the stream later, you can go back to earlier in the stream and watch it on 2x speed and catch up to us. Like, in general, it just works way better as far as all of this is concerned. So that's great. And then a lot of my audience also is based on YouTube already. And when we've done surveys and polls, roughly 85% of our viewers prefer YouTube. It's the mods and people like that greatly prefer Twitch. And the other thing is that Twitch's ads are extremely aggressive. Extremely aggressive. And honestly, on YouTube, we're making a 70-30 split on memberships and donations. So, and Twitch has just totally gotten rid of all of that, even for their big partners like, you know, Hassan or Nick Merckx or what's another one? Penguin Zero or Pokimane, any of those people. Their cuts of 70-30 are getting cut to 50-50, whereas YouTube's still at 70-30. So you can technically make more from memberships and donations and stuff on YouTube than you can on Twitch. And just across the board, like, it started to get to the point where I was like, okay, so what's the perk of Twitch? Better mod tools? And that's about it. So it just didn't really make a lot of sense at that point. You know, I just, if Twitch were going to come on and be like, yeah, we'll pay you like $100,000 to come stream on Twitch, then I would announce to all of you guys, hey guys, we're moving over to Twitch and we would deal with it. But they're not going to do that. And so, the last piece is that YouTube steadily is making progress. YouTube's improving the platform. YouTube's getting better and better. They support 4K streaming. They support all this other stuff. It's still a little clunky, but they at least support it, and they're getting better. Twitch is actively getting worse. Twitch is mandating multiple step ads. They're mandating like 6 ads that play in one commercial break when you load into a stream until you have Twitch Nitro or Twitch, whatever they call it, or you're a member or a sub of that channel. Just Twitch across the board. And the thing that particularly stresses me out about Twitch is that it's super, super inconsistent in how they apply the rules. Some streamers will do things that are clearly bannable offenses and they don't get banned, or they get sort of like put in timeout for a day and a half and then they're back. The fact that Nadia can straight up dox people that donate to her to talk trash. She straight up doxed that dude, read out his name, phone number, all that, read out the stuff. I don't know if she read out the phone number, but she doxed him. which is clearly against Twitch's terms of service, and if you do it, you're permabanned. She did that live on stream. It was clipped, sent everywhere, went viral on Twitter, and she was put in a timeout for like 3 days and then was brought back. Whereas if I did that, if any of these other streamers did that, they would be permabanned. No questions. So it's super, super inconsistent. It's just really, really weird. So yeah, that's the quick answer to why we're on YouTube instead of Twitch. I don't have anything against Twitch inherently as the platform, or as a platform. I actually like Twitch as a streamer. If I were streaming on YouTube or on Twitch, I think it works a little better. The different mechanics and mechanisms, the various bots and things all work on Twitch. They don't really work on YouTube hardly at all. You've seen just then the YouTube chat froze up and glitched out. So I like, that's something that happens all the time. So Twitch generally is more stable and it's nicer to stream on for the creator, but for the viewer, there's no competition really. Yeah, both platforms have their drawbacks, but when it comes to implementing the rules, Twitch is so inconsistent. Yeah, it really feels like you have to be a member of whatever club in order for Twitch to treat you well. Otherwise, you'll randomly get banned for no reason. Like, who was it? Like, who was the streamer? I can't remember which streamer it was. There was an African-American streamer that was like permabanned off Twitch for doing something like super mundane. And then he found multiple examples of like white female creators or streamers doing the exact same thing or worse who didn't receive permabans. He's like, I don't like pulling out the Gideon, was that? Okay, yeah. Where he pulled it up and he's like, I don't like using the race card, but like this happens. I think that it happened to another black creator as well. And he also got permabanned. And he's like, I don't want to like pull this card all the time, but like this seems to be a consistent problem for black creators, but if you're a white girl, you're fine. How is this okay? All this random stuff. That's just really, really toxic. And I don't like feeling as though, my income is dependent on a company that is super corrupt. Like if you are friends with people at Twitch, they'll watch out for you and they'll keep you from getting banned and you can do whatever and you'll get away with it all. Whereas if you are not friends with the Twitch admins, then you could get banned out of nowhere. It's insane. It's insane. Well, and YouTube is inconsistent as well. Sure. But YouTube has a history, especially when you get lawyers involved, they tend to start behaving. It's also bad, but it's the better option in a bad situation. It's the lesser of two evils in my experience. And I've experimented with both of these a lot. So I know YouTube very, very well. And it's YouTube's not perfect, but it's better than Twitch. It just frankly is. It's only a matter of time before I move to Kick though, because I've that guy Aiden Incel, whatever his name is, he apparently is convinced everybody's moving to Kick soon. So I guess we'll just have to wait. Anyway, back to Carrick's video. That was a quick diatribe. Am I excited for Judas, the game made by Ken Levine and some of their older BioShock devs? Very, very excited. That game looks badass. Kick, yeah, apparently it's like the new Mixer. It's a new like multiplayer or new streaming service. I've never used it. I thought Kick was the app that like pedophiles use to find victims, because it is, but apparently this is a different Kick. This is a different app, so it's okay. But anyway, moving on. Back to Carrick.
Offering motive and foundation to P3's story, to the changing world that you experience, causing you to move into each moment, to start to feel for them, to transfer your own experiences into this pocket-like memory where it feels almost like a past experience, a misremembered time in your own life. Atomic Heart actually does that in the story, with each story bit and cutscene and new enemy type building up alternative history. In conclusion about the story, immersive sims and their pacing reminds me a bit of rap styles, Eminem to E40, Bone Thugs and Harmony, or even someone like Lamar. They come out with their own speeds, and in nationalities of the creators, it's impacted the same way in games. You can feel it from start to finish in the pacing of Atomic Heart, and in the combat and exploration. Combat feels good in some places and not so good in others. The shotguns, the laser guns, some of the up-close weapons that you get and feel, they appear fine, but there's a little bit of a softness to them. Now, you do have a number of upgrades and crafting systems with ingredients you get around the game world. Stunningly, the crafting and collecting system is handled via psychic power, which means you don't have to go to every single cabinet and structure, but instead, like Magneto searching a room, spinning around looking for screws, you grab all of the collectible items. It's awesome and works incredibly well to reflect the reality of P3 as a character.
I will say, it works great on controller. On mouse and keyboard, it's a little annoying. Unless you can route a macro. Because you have to hold down F, and then you hold down F and you look at the cabinets, and wherever your reticle's on, it searches that cabinet, pulls stuff out. However, on most people, that's going to be their index finger, pushing down on F. And then, normally people use these three fingers, the triad as it's known in most high schools, and you use these to then you do WASD. The problem is this finger's being used. So either you have to learn how to use your pinky on the A key, or you're going to be doing this weird thing where like you shift your fingers down while holding down F, and it's just really, really weird and uncomfortable as you walk around the room holding down F to pull stuff out. Yeah, sounds like a skill issue. No doubt. My fingers aren't as nimble as they used to be. My poor wife. But yeah, it's one of those things that don't tell her I said that. It's one of those things that is like really, really, it can be awkward. Like there were multiple times where I was like, this is weird. This feels weird. Yeah, we need more hand stuff. Exactly. I'm never going to let her live that down. Nikki, what about the hand stuff?
Comboing moves, weapons, and platforming, and then go.
Should I get Nikki a t-shirt? We'll put it on the merch store that's just #hand stuff. I'll give it to her and just be like, yeah, this is your uniform for whenever you come down to the stream. You have to wear this. I don't know what to tell you.
In and being able to easily just remove all the collectibles in a room by spinning in a circle and searching more quickly is a deft touch. But that combo's not so much. If a first-person shooter game is going to meet the very basics of its named criteria, then shooting it should have. And while Atomic Heart has some, it's the enemies that at first in the game don't do so well. The robotic cyborg enemies, dead-faced and wide-eyed. They have an iRobot Apple kind of wrong look to them. That's cool. The appearance of a mannequin made by someone who didn't quite have a good picture of a human being is haunting. You haven't questioned humanity until you've been face-to-face with a doughy-eyed 1970s porn stash outfitted robot. But some of their attack animations are pretty bad. They just don't look that good, and it takes a couple hours of gameplay for better ones to appear. The combat's not terrible, but it progressively gets better with new enemy types. And it's just those first moments when fighting those robots, it never feels exactly right until you realize why you're facing those robots in those particular areas and why it changes later on. Also, while the up-close combat's serviceable, it's also not amazing. Some hits on enemies seem a bit farther away than they actually should be, or miss when you feel like they should hit, with dodges being the best part and the best way to get out of the way of power attacks that enemies can use to knock you down. Combat's at its best when it's visceral, when flesh meets bone and sometimes metallic flesh, enemies, mechanical, biological, and biomechanical, throwing themselves at you like shoes for sabotage, and you're single-spinning, chewing gear, fighting them back. Atomic Heart looks like a 1955's Russian Bioshock, a mixture of the basic design so known by the Soviet Union and the bloc countries, but warped through the lens of strangely advanced futuristic technology, and its inventor who, at the very least, at first blush, sees for the betterment of society. It is a beautiful looking game, but it's a mutt. tracing its lineage may be a bit difficult when you start to play it. A little bit Stalker, Metro, Bioshock, each one leaving a mark on the end result graphically. But Mundfish has made sure to make it its own thing. Occasionally, graphically, it can be such a mix that it appears ungainly, a cute puppy run of a game, a bit clumsy, but already showing signs of something finer. That can also show up in some of the weapons when firing. They can result in a moment where you watch what happens and you think to yourself, what the hell? Then you upgrade it and you're like, I get it. The powers at play have a Bioshock feel, which makes sense, created from more than a few lovers of the original game, creating this one. As they level up, they do more and more with each ability, slightly adjusting. Freezing, electrifying enemies, dropping them from the sky, being able to dash through a battle location like Nightcrawler. The unevenness does rear its head here graphically, lack of detailed textures here and there, and later locations that seem a bit out of place. And let's discuss performance. The game has a number of settings and also supports DLSS 3 for frame generation if you have the proper NVIDIA card for it. You'll notice things like fire extinguishers every 20 feet in some spots, which can look ungainly and cumbersome. And then at the second moment, you'll jump into a room and you'll see this awe-inspiring moment where you can tell this was a laboratory where some of the most crazy experiments were done, but they were done with an idea of bettering society, even while losing a little bit of their humanity. Also, yes, the game does cache its shaders prior to that first play. And it does...
I don't know. For me, the shader caching was inconsistent. Initially, like I said, they did it before every load-in when you'd boot in. And then you would load in, and then it would, do it again and do it again. And every time you booted up the game. The latest patch made it so that stopped, and they didn't redo it, but then performance was significantly worse. So I don't know what the deal is. Yeah.
Does seem to do so after...
The UI reminds me of Prey, and I hated that game. Someone give me mod so I can ban Robert.
or any patch. I did notice that there were some stutters here or there, even with the 3080 as well as the 4090, but with the 4090 with frame generation, it sort of went away. This is a game that does require a lot from the system, but has a lot of settings, and you're going to want to jump in and turn some of them down, because at times the draw distance in this game is insane, its design, and its requirement on your hardware is commensurate. There's a feeling...
I will say the 4090 is Gucci because you can just not worry about any of that. The frame generation led to terrible screen tearing for me, though. Weirdly enough, it went away when I did the Windows G thing to bring up the game bar, and then I pinned the performance tab. When I did that, then the screen tearing went away when it was pinned. Really weird. I have no idea why that is. If anybody is techie and knows, let me know why screen tearing with frame generation would be a thing. But once I pin the overlay, it goes away. I have no idea why that would be, but it just was. And that only happened again after the latest update. So it was some issue that they introduced that way, which is a bummer. But yeah.
Of imbalance, of a need for some room or location to see just one more look or one more pass of polish, or when you notice the unevenness when walking at the slowest speed possible and you're using the gamepad, you'll notice your character runs in place like Richard Simmons warming up for a talk show spot. But it's where the ideas shine and where the fiction plays out that really captured my imagination. For example, after the incident that causes everything to collapse, the liquid invention that led to all of these problems fills some rooms and locations. And when you swim through it, it lets you enter the liquid and hear the memories there that play out of the people who were around it when it happened, bound psychically to the liquid like grooves in a record player, but hear the bubbles and ripples on the liquid as you swim through it. It could also be easy to see the excellent parts and ignore the problems, which the game does have when it comes to polish, or ignore the good parts and just see the bad. A question that's continued about this game is exactly what is it? Is it open world? Is it open city? The game has more of the reminders of a stalker in the first moments that feel like the middle moments of other games with the exploration.
I want to hear what he says here, because I think that like level design goes from fine to pretty good. And then the open world stuff is just bad. Like it's just bad. So it will be interesting to see what he says. Awesome, Bad Dreams. Thanks for joining the Discord, and yeah, we'll see you again soon. Thanks for coming by.
Turning from twisted tunnels and platformers to hub, then open city, then almost open world, hours into the game, especially if you want to explore and find more of the side story and puzzles and challenges. just how long and how big, I have 41 hours in the game, and it's not 100% when it comes to the challenges and puzzles. It's much closer to a Far Cry and a Stalker, but without the consistent collectibles. It holds a more utilitarian storytelling of the Metro and Stalker games without the forced narrative and consistent moment-to-moment. Here, you got something that we see in a lot of AAAs. While playing Atomic Heart, I was reminded of a game years ago called Boiling Point: Road to Hell, and its sequel, White Gold. They were not great games, but their entire feel was different. But Atomic Heart is actually much tighter as a game than those two could ever be. And that's reflected in the gameplay, the way the AI works, how stealth works or doesn't work in some places. The game's pacing feels very different depending on the exact way in which you play it. Something that I think is reflected in a lot of immersive sims anyway, but even more so here. But wrapping up this gameplay section, I can tell you that the differences that we get in the presentation, even the problems with polish and the problems with combat, Atomic Heart continued to pull me through it. And strangely enough, just to overuse this cliche, it does have a lot of heart. Speaking of heart, let's talk about Mick Gordon and music. He's the heart and soul of many games, and his music works here as well.
Yeah, dear God, the music is amazing. Like, no joke. Even in the crafting menu, the music is a bop. Like, it has this 50s, like, it's awesome. I love it.
It's unique, it's eclectic, and as awesome as you would assume it would be for Mick Gordon, but it is delivered in a weird way. Chords wickedly pronounced throughout the entire battle, raging in and out during the busier moments, separating themselves from the action only rarely, and then you get these discordant mixes, and then classic old century Russian propaganda. Ambient musical points and occasional stingers keep you consistently informed, but also at the same time always on edge. The soundtrack goes all over the place, but somehow still solidly stays exactly where it should be. From classical arrangements everybody should know to bits and pieces that will be heard for maybe 1 or 2 times in the game, but remembered for a long while after.
Yeah, he smokes a cigarette right here. I don't think he smokes one for the rest of the game. Like, they animated this thing of him taking a cigarette, takes a big hit, and then throws it down, and he never does it again for the whole game. It's a little weird.
I love this soundtrack. It might be very difficult to listen to outside of the actual game itself, which isn't necessarily something that is unusual for Mick Gordon's stuff, but I dig the soundtrack. This is just awesome. And speaking of awesome, voice. For the most part, these are good. From the characters inhabiting the city you hear talking about the future and the past, about the issues within the game world that echo the feelings of pride and yet a subtle worry that can come across, to the characters you meet later that fall apart or are held up by one another. Even the main character, a one-line spewing imaginative riff between Duke Nukem and Bad Lieutenant. There's some imbalance here, though, reminding me of the...
These are those canisters that drove me crazy. You see, get the canister from the algae workshop, pesticide workshop, cold workshop, hot workshop. You do this after you've already collected like 2 different orbs. Like, it's just baffling. Like, you just did this tedious, annoying thing. Well, now do it 4 more times.
Rift between Duke Nukem and Bad Lieutenant. There's some imbalance here, though, reminding me of the graphical elements once again, where polish is there in spades, but you come across these moments or characters that don't hit, and their inflection on a question or a sentence seems as if it's not there at all. For the most part, it is. While the storytelling's fine in Atomic Heart, there is a lot of information given about the story while you are trucking around. It can be incredibly difficult to parse what a character's saying when you're in the middle of facing down some homicidal saw-wielding robot that looks like an ostrich. That has happened a couple times in this game where I had to go back and listen again to some kind of sound recording or something like that to sort of get a little bit of that story because the character's just yakking. There's also some lack of polish when it comes to the voices and you doing any discussion. If you accidentally choose the wrong part of a discussion and you've already heard it before and you want to skip it, when you do, the game has very bad mixing between the prior sentence and the next sentence and ends up having a little bit of a pop, almost an audio glitch there. It's something that they can easily patch, but I just wanted to point it out. And one last thing I have to point out, there is a crazed sales robot that is going to cause a lot of people to rock back on their heels in this game. The banter back and forth, almost entirely, by the way, from the bot towards the main character, is rough, harsh, oddly paced, and very, very sexual. I thought it was hilarious because it was so different and so surprising, and I will remember that character for years, but I can see a lot of people putting their pinky up and being like, oh, how dare they say these things. You really do have to identify who's saying what in these two conversations, but it will end up being a point that when it happens, you're probably going to be like, wow, they said that. Going away from speak.
It's kind of a weird way for it. Basically, there's a bot that's just like super, super sexual. And is like, oh my God, open up my cabinet. Oh yeah, I can't wait for you, big boy. Like it's weird. It's weird. And it feels a little out of place, I'll be weird. But there's a bunch of stuff in this game that's like that, where it feels like, okay, I get you were trying to be funny, but what I'm baffled is that nobody's mentioning the crispy critters thing. I kid you not. Like 9 times at least that I counted in this game, the main character screams out crispy critters in moments like as an expletive. And it's just weird. It's just freaking weird. It doesn't come off as funny. It doesn't seem goofy or anything. Like, it's just weird. And I don't get it. I feel like we were saying earlier, maybe it's a mistranslation or something. I have no idea. But it's odd.
Speaking at all, let's talk a little bit about the sound. This is...
Yeah, it's just my copy. They sent me a copy. Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if we trolled Luke and just had his protagonist? We'll just insert crispy critters and a ton of dialogue. See if he talks about it in his review.
Hit and miss for me, and I wasn't incredibly in love with it. The more interactive elements that you'll find in the audio department here in the game have difficulty getting through to your ears. Your time is spent checking and balances and volumes in the audio options, and it will directly reward you with a better game if you do. In the more enclosed areas, they're fine, but it's also seemed to be mixed oddly. The game has a number of options, like I said, and I suggest you spend some time identifying what audio you want where. Environmental sound effects versus the main sound effects, and it actually took me a while to get those leveled out. While I wasn't disappointed with the gun sounds, the later weapons you get do sound better. The early weapons you...
No, they do not really have accents. A couple of them have weirdly British accents, but that's kind of par for the course for English versions of games. People think, oh, British? That means foreign. Like, so you're from the East, are you? Yeah, that's right. It's really weird. But no, there's not really... Like, there's maybe... one character I can think of that I would say has like a heavier Russian accent. Everybody else is pretty milquetoast. Yeah, I don't think that there's really. It's not as bad as the thing they did with like friggin' Assassin's Creed Unity, where it's a game set in France, but everybody has British accents. Everyone's like, that's a different place. It's just weird, like really, really odd. But then they do have a couple of characters in the game, like the kind of flamboyant guy, I forget his name, but the flamboyant guy you meet like maybe a third of the way through the story of Assassin's Creed Unity, and he's very sexual, like makes a joke about being intimate with a goat and all that. And he has like a very thick French accent, and so I was like, okay, so are they just saving the French accent for the perverts? Because it's not like very very consistently applied. It's just weird.
Start with aren't necessarily as impactful as I would like, but when it comes to the sound, it was difficult to nail it down. Didn't really feel like it was doing a very good job giving me information on what I was doing right in front of me.
It's like Dr. Disrespect. Where's the sound? Where's the sound?
It's like a little bit distance compared to really what it should be. Environmentally, I would have also liked just more variation. You can definitely hear the different robots and different creatures coming to attack you from very far away and track them pretty easily. While the sound samples that they did use are varied themselves, I would have liked more, and I would have liked it to just be tightened up a bit. How does all this come together? Was Atomic Heart fun? And I think we have to look at fun as a combination of either true excitement rewarded by result or just interest paid back via subject matter. Atomic Heart has its issues with polish. It's also one of the most enjoyable, interesting, odd, and fun games I've played in a long time. It's Atomic Heart having both of those sections of fun. For every bad platforming section, because man, I do not like jumping in platformers.
I don't know what unique pacing means though. Like, how is that? Like, yes, it's different than most games. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. Like, what does that mean for the game? But I'm glad he enjoyed it. Crispy Critters Chicken and Fritters sounds like a great restaurant, though. Dude, I'd eat there. That does sound great. Didn't you call it bad pacing? Yeah, I mean, I would say the pacing is like, if we're defining pacing as like the rate at which they give you activities and things to do, I would say this game has bad pacing, because it will have whole stretches where even the main character is delivering dialogue about how boring this thing is. And it is boring. Like, you'll have it like an amazing intro and then an hour and a half of boring, bloated monotony. And then a really cool set piece. And then another hour and 15 minutes of boring, bland hallways and office corridors. So, like, I would say the pacing's really bad. He's saying it's unique, which maybe, you know, for him, he didn't find those low moments very low. But
usually, and this one definitely didn't elevate that, and its terrible dash button. Then there's some odd puzzle with a quirk of thought process that I actually liked, or some new story element. Later on, the combat gets better, and that curve is strangely enough right in line with the title itself. And gone are the days of a ton of unlocks up front. Be aware that exploration can also be enjoyable, even at its most basic. It's difficult to have the same expectations here as you do in other games, just due to the feeling of all the pacing being slightly off compared to what you may expect from a AAA. I enjoyed the game. I thought it was a blast. As you guys know, I rate games on a buy.
And I'm glad. We disagree on it. I think it's good. It's not great. I had fun for part of it. Part of it I found really, really tedious. But this is why there's multiple reviewers that do this stuff. You may end up siding more with ACG on this stuff. You might find the stuff I pointed out to be either you don't experience it because you didn't have the problems I did, or you just don't find it to be an issue, and that's okay. And so somebody like ACG, if he's saying it's good and he had a blast, awesome. You might be one of those people.
I wait for a sale, rent, or never touch it again rating system, and this is also on Game Pass. I would say Atomic Heart is definitely worth getting, even at the full price. I do not feel ripped off at all. It is something different, and for that, it is something to me that was highly enjoyable. In some way, if you think about it, it's like a virus. That's a part of a mechanism that provided for evolution. Games like Atomic Heart do the same in many ways for new gameplay elements in games moving forward. We've seen it so many times, and it's my hope a game like this slightly infects other titles and lets companies take a step back of that crowdsourced, group-funded lore bath that we get in all of these other open-world games. I would have liked more true immersive sim moments where you had more narrative to talk your way through something, but really, it's a bunch of robots that's sort of different. But it is different. It's huge. It's interesting. It's fun, and it grows and continues. And I got to say, every time I thought that game was sort of wrapping up or in some way not going to show me something bigger, it did. And that's the curve to Atomic.
I just find that baffling because I had the polar opposite experience. Like I found that they blow their load early and then it just steadily degrades from there. But you know, top marks from ACG. Yep, he liked it. I don't know. We normally are pretty in sync on a lot of stuff, but also he has some weird, like, I don't know. He had some weird takes. I thought with some games, like I think he gave Assassin's Creed Origins like a wait for a deep sale, or maybe it was Odyssey a wait for a deep sale. It was something like that, where I was like, and his review was also generally pretty positive. He was just like, it's more Assassin's Creed, it's whatever. It's like we've had a couple things that we disagreed on where I was like, I don't know if I agree on that rating, but you know, but the point is, if he's enjoying it, you might be one of the people that really, really enjoys it and gets 45 hours out of it and is having a great time. He said he was at like what, 41, 42 hours, I think he said. And the devs in the review packet that they send you when you're reviewing these games, the devs say that the story's about 20 hours long and the side content is about 10 hours long. So the devs think that this is only a 30-hour game. So if he's getting 41, 42 hours out of it, either he's already started like a second playthrough, which he didn't really mention. Maybe that's what it is. Or what I would guess is that it's because the game is really freaking hard. So he's enjoying those boss fights and those combat encounters that are super, super difficult and require you to try them 30 times. And he's enjoying those enough that he's kind of taking his time with them and really exploring and doing stuff. I don't know. Yeah, good thing it's on Game Pass. You can try it rent free. That's the great thing about it. Like, there's no way to spin it other than it's a win that it's on Game Pass. Because this is a game that generally seems middle of the road. It seems like a 75 out of 100 for most reviewers. And I think the fact that there's a couple people that really, really enjoy it, that's enough for you to be like, okay, maybe I try it. Maybe I will be one of those that really, really loves it. And with Game Pass, you're right. You don't have to take any risks. You don't have to pay the $70. You can just try it. And that's awesome. It's just freaking awesome. Little risk, all reward. I love Skill Up, but I've disagreed with him multiple times. It's only normal, I think. Doesn't make me stop getting hyped for his stuff. Different people, different tastes. Yeah. Well, in some things, I think it's important to just distinguish, because for some people, or for some games, there are some things that I think are just objective. Like, we can evaluate performance and say performance is bad on this game. We can say, hey, this writing, this is just poor writing. I think generally you can say that. Like, if 95% of people agree on this thing, it's probably true. Not always. I'm not saying it's true because of that. I'll make an argument why the writing is bad and all that. But if you have an argument for it, and also 95% of people have come to consensus on this, it's probably for a good reason. So if everybody agrees that the writing in Forspoken is sucky and cringe, it's probably cringe. It just probably is. Maybe not. There's a chance. There's a 5% chance maybe, but it's probably cringe. And so, like, but, you know, that's one of those things that could be more subjective. Performance, objective. I think with open world stuff, there does come a point where you can objectively say, this is bad or this is good. We can gauge players' reactions, how much they're completing the game on average, how much side content they're doing on average, whether or not they're getting distracted when they travel between 2 points. Those things you can quantify and prove and say, this is working, this isn't. Whereas other stuff, like, you know, if you find the world or the narrative of Atomic Heart really engaging, like, yeah, I guess that's subjective. If you find that cool enough that it adds a point out of your 1 out of 10, like, and it brings it up to an 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10, cool. I'm glad you have a game that you enjoy. Yeah, Game Pass is $10 a month, and then I think it's $15 for Ultimate. And Ultimate, my understanding is Ultimate basically just adds the PC version to it, so you can get the PC version. This one, let's touch on this real quick before we wrap up. One last. Did you hear that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Real quick before we wrap up, one last little segment for this. So some of you guys probably played Detroit Become Human. It's pretty popular. It came to the Epic Game Store, did pretty well there. Was originally on the PS4, pretty well received. And I mean, it was pretty impressive. As far as like choose your own adventure games go, very, very impressive. And the studio behind it is called Quantic Dream. And they famously are working on some unnamed Star Wars game that they are... I mean, they're working on it. It's a long ways off because apparently their engine just can't handle it, so they're having to rebuild a ton of stuff. But their company has been having some troubles. They've had people leave. They've had people say that the work culture there is super toxic. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on. Well, more weird stuff is going on because it was just announced that Quantic Dream has been acquired by NetEase for 100 million euros. If you don't know who NetEase is, It's a Chinese game publisher. And not a particularly good one. Basically, this puts the company behind the games Detroit Become Human, Beyond Two Souls, and Heavy Rain in a position where it's the first European studio to become a subsidiary of NetEase. This will also represent the first step in NetEase's global plans. Earlier today, Insider Gaming has discovered new information regarding this purchase. According to their sources, NetEase purchased Quantic Dream for around 100 million euros. In addition, sources also revealed that David Cage, the founder and CEO, held a 51% stake in Quantic Dream with family members, meaning his payout was likely in the realm of 50 million euros. In August of last year, VentureBeat talked to Quantic Dream regarding the reasons behind the acquisition. The company, through several statements by both NetEase and Quantic staff, mentioned the deal exists to help accelerate the vision of the company and create new titles. This is further corroborated by inside gaming sources who stated that Quantic Dream has been struggling with developing its new Star Wars game, Star Wars Eclipse. I stand corrected. They did name it. I forgot they named it. It's Star Wars Eclipse. Maybe that's the code name. Maybe that'll be the final name. Who knows? NetEase has steadily increased its investments in AAA game making. Between the 100 million invested in Bungie, the strategic investment in Behavior Interactive, and the opening of new studios such as Negoshi's and the Seattle-based Jar of Sparks, not to mention the acquisition of Suda Grasshopper's manufacturer. I don't know any of those. An acquisition like this seems to be just another step forward for this recent investment, but it certainly puts things into perspective regarding the troubled development of Star Wars Eclipse, a game that hasn't received much information since its original reveal. According to sources, the 100 million euros was said to be, quote, easily calculable, end quote, because of the new Pact Law. What is the Pact Law? The management of French companies must take into consideration social and environmental issues. Okay. So okay, I have no idea what that means. Anyway, but they've been bought out and it's happening. So there we go. If you don't know NetEase, I mean, the reason that people are iffy on this, so to be clear, I don't want to do the like, oh no, it's a foreign country, therefore it's bad. I don't want to do that thing. So let's be like perfectly clear with all of this, why people are potentially worried about this. The reason people are worried about it is because NetEase is a very large corporation, and specifically their approach to games typically is heavily monetized. It tends to be focused on microtransactions out the ass, a lot of mobile games, that type of thing. Excuse me, I just inhaled my own throat. But I mean, you can see their list of franchises. There's a handful of solid titles that I've enjoyed myself, and a lot more that I don't really recognize and I've never heard of. But their goal is to basically expand this portfolio with a bunch of other titles from these new studios they're acquiring and build out a portfolio that is international in scope, not just relegated to mobile games, and that also has staying power in the industry and can start to compete with some of the big guys. Which is, you know, maybe they'll pull it off. They've got Dead by Daylight Mobile, Harry Potter Magic Awakened, which I've heard some stuff in. Some people were saying it's kind of toxic, but whatever. Naraka Blade Point, I've actually had a ton of fun with Naraka. I don't care what anyone says. I really like it. Let's see. I haven't really heard of these. Tom and Jerry Chase. It's a mobile game, strategy card game. Mobile game, but they misspelled mobile as obel. That's kind of funny. A bunch of stuff. So people are just worried that when these companies come in, they'll buy them up and then they'll start to force them to do like the heavily monetized thing, and it'll just be kind of toxic. And so people don't want to deal with that. People don't want to deal with it, and I can kind of understand. Let's see. Yeah, your son is falling from a building. Sean, you yell out. He falls to his death. Do you want to buy a jetpack with a time travel to go back to the previous scene and save him? If so, it'll be 99 cents, please. Exactly. It's just like, It might not be that way. I mean, again, this might be just the first step by these studios or by these companies to go in and try to shake it up, like try to just do something different and start getting into AAA single player development. Maybe that's honestly what they want to do. They're like, we've done the mobile game thing and we're doing that pretty well. We're good at it, but we want to do something else. And we want to get into this more like respectable game development, get nominated for Game of the Year and stuff. And if that's what they want, awesome. But in the past, that hasn't really been the case, but we'll see. We'll see. Do I like AC3? Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of my favorite games from my childhood. I went back and played it recently, and I played through the Tyranny of King Washington DLC, and it's like pretty hilariously bad. It came at a transition point where they were going from like the Assassin's Creed 2 era, the Ezio trilogy of games, where the structure was very clearly defined, and then they wanted to transition into the more Assassin's Creed Origins style of game. But Assassin's Creed 3 came at the middle point where they were between that transition, between like the more linear games with semi-open worlds and then the more open world games. And so it just kind of doesn't do either of them really well. But dude, I played the crap out of that when I was a kid. You know, it's a great example of a game that's not very good, but that I loved as a kid. And by kid, I mean more like, you know, teenager, but still. And so I do like it. It holds a special place in my heart, even though I can acknowledge that objectively there's a lot of problems with it. The fact that, you know, you don't get to play as the main character for the first like 7 hours is amazing. Like seriously, it just the prologue never ends. The credits for the main game come in at like what, 3.5 hours in or something like that. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see. Where did I go? What did I enjoy most from Quantic? Detroit Become Human, I think. It's got its problems, but it's very impressive. Just look up the branching narratives, all the different endings, the different things that can happen. There's so freaking much in that game. It's very, very impressive. Very impressive. What do I hate him as a character? I think as a character, he's interesting, but it's just when the game is pitched as you playing as Connor, as this like Native American badass, and then you spend the first third of the game playing as some other dude that you didn't know existed until you got the game. It's just really weird. People are like, okay, well that was weird. Like it just didn't start. Connor's underrated, dude. If you play the Tyranny of King Washington with the remastered Switch port thing that they did, they fixed it so you can actually play the DLC now. But if you haven't ever played it, you should. And it's like actually kind of hilarious because there's so many plot holes and weird things that happen that they just don't really address. In the opening moment, it's like an alternative history where his mom is still alive, but he gets injured or something. And so I remember it's been maybe a year since I went through it, but he's saved by his little crew, and it just says like it was some aggressive amount of time. It was like 5 months later or 5 weeks later or something like that, where it was like a long time that he's been passed out for, like a really uncomfortably long time in the middle of the woods without medical care. He's been in a coma, I guess, for like weeks or months. I think it was months. It was ridiculous. And they just don't touch on it. They're just like, yeah, he's been out for months, whatever. Don't think about it. He gets up and starts immediately like doing free climbing and stuff. It was just weird. It was weird. And I so badly wanted to play Tyranny of King Washington, but never got to it. Well, and it was broken. It was super broken for the longest time. And then this remaster fixed it. So I don't think you can, I still think you can't play it on PC unless you play the remastered version of Assassin's Creed 3. But like the version on Switch is the remastered version, and you can play it on that, the DLC on that, which is kind of fun. That it took a Switch port to fix the DLC. It's hilarious. Do you know of any other games that have real choices like Detroit? You could play Until Dawn. Until Dawn is good fun. The Quarry is the latest game in that same style as Until Dawn, and it's pretty good. It's a little less high stakes. It's harder to get characters killed, But in Until Dawn, like, you can screw up and the whole crew can get killed because you made some stupid mistakes. It's pretty fun. Wolf Among Us. Yeah, the Telltale games in general will have that. There's a handful. The Quarry, Heavy Rain, Telltale, Walking Dead. Yeah. All those dark anthology games are fun. Yeah, they're examples, except for Man of Medan. I think Man of Medan is just objectively bad. But all of those games are examples of, like, fine games that are fun, but are also, they've got a lot of bad elements. Like, there's parts of them that are good fun, and then there's other parts that are just frankly horrible. And it's just bad. But anyway, we've been going about 4 hours, my friends. I think we will call it there for today. We will be back on Wednesday. I'm not sure what we'll talk about or what we'll play or what we'll do on Wednesday, but I'll figure it out. And I think we'll just wrap it up there so I can go give my throat a break. My delicate throat a break, because I've been talking a lot. But thanks for putting up with me and dealing with me for today. We'll be back, like I said. Go check out the review for Atomic Heart if you haven't watched it. We put a lot of effort into it. So it's 35 very dense minutes of review, but it's good stuff. Yeah, drink some lemon tea. I shall do just that. But thank you, everybody, for chilling. Hugs and kisses. Stay safe out there. I will see you very, very soon. Thank you to all of the new members and the donations. Very, very generous. Sophie, if you're still in here, I will be ordering those Lego characters. I will do that, and we'll get those put on the ship post-tense whenever we can. Much love, everybody. Till Wednesday. I'll see you then. Hugs and kisses.